I still remember the moment I realized I couldn't find the road back. It should have been simple. One straight dirt road behind me, stretching out of Black Hollow back toward the highway. I even turned around to double check, but it didn't look the same anymore. At first, I thought it was just dust. The wind here was always moving things around. Soft, dry wind that got into your eyes and made everything look slightly wrong. But the road, it wasn't just dusty. It was different. The tire tracks I had made only minutes ago were already fatting, like someone was brushing them away with a giant, invisible hand. And worse, the shape of the road itself looked unfamiliar, like I had never driven on it before. I laughed under my breath. That's what you do when your mind refuses to believe your eyes. Get a grip, I told myself. It's just a road. But Black Hollow didn't feel like just anything. The town sat ahead of me like a broken thought. Wooden buildings leaning in odd directions. Windows too dark even though it was still afternoon. No birds, no wind chimes, no dogs barking. Just silence that felt practiced. Like the place had learned how to be quiet. I stepped forward anyway. That was my first mistake. The second was not turning back immediately. I had come here for a simple reason, a personal curiosity, a rumor I found buried in old online forums, people talking about a mining town that shifted, a place that didn't stay mapped correctly. One user said, "If you enter Black Hollow, don't trust what you leave behind. It changes when you're not looking." I thought it was nonsense. I still do. At least I want to. I reached into my pocket and checked my phone. No signal, of course, but I had downloaded maps. Offline, I opened it. And froze. The map showed nothing behind me. Just blank space where the road should have been. No line, no path, no exit route. I blinked hard and zoomed out. The highway was gone too. That's when the first real knot of fear tightened in my chest. I turned slowly. The road was still there physically. I could see it. I could touch it if I wanted. But my phone didn't agree. It acted like I had never come from anywhere at all. A soft creak pulled my attention forward. One of the buildings in Black Hollow had moved. Not physically moved. That would be too simple. It looked different than it did seconds ago. A window that was closed was now open. A door that had been slightly ajar was now fully shut. I stared at it too long. And I felt it. That strange sensation like the town was noticing me noticing it. I told myself to breathe normally. I walked forward again. The ground beneath my boots was dry and brittle. Every step made a soft crunch that felt too loud in the silence. That's when I heard something behind me. Not a sound exactly. More like the absence of something that should have stayed consistent. I turned quickly. The road had shortened. Not by much, maybe a few meters, but enough that the edge of it now blended into dry land that wasn't there before. I took a step backward. The road did not extend. It didn't follow me. Instead, it stayed where it was, like it had decided that distance no longer mattered. My throat went dry. I said it out loud without thinking. This doesn't make sense. My voice sounded wrong here, too real, too loud, like it didn't belong in the silence. From somewhere inside the town, a chair creaked. That was all. No footsteps, no voices. Just a single wooden chair shifting weight. I turned away from the road again. I forced myself to move forward into Black Hollow, because standing still felt worse. As I entered, I noticed something else. The buildings weren't abandoned the way I expected. They were paused, like someone had left life halfway through a sentence. A table inside a diner had cups still placed neatly on it. A newspaper lay open, but the ink was faded beyond reading. A curtain moved slightly, but there was no wind strong enough to do that. And every few seconds, I felt like the layout of the street was subtly changing. Not fast, just enough that I couldn't trust memory. I stopped in front of what looked like the old town store. The sign above it read Hollow Goods, but the letters were uneven. Some looked freshly painted, others looked decades old. That shouldn't be possible. I stepped closer. The glass in the window was dusty but not broken. Inside, shelves were still stocked. Cans, bottles, boxes. But every label was blank. No brands, no names, just color-coded shapes. I frowned. Why would someone remove labels but leave everything else? As I said it, I realized something uncomfortable. I was talking like someone might answer, like the town was listening. I turned again. The road behind me had shifted further. It wasn't gone yet, but it was no longer straight. It curved slightly now, bending into places I hadn't walked past. That was impossible, unless I had turned more times than I remembered. A sudden thought hit me. What if I wasn't walking forward in a straight line anymore? What if the town was rotating around me? I laughed again, but it came out weaker this time. No, that's not how places work. A distant sound interrupted me. Metal scraping. Slow, deliberate. Like something dragging itself across a roof. I looked up sharply. Nothing there. But the sound stopped the moment I focused on it, as if it had been waiting for attention. I swallowed hard. Another loop opened in my mind. The forum post, the warning. If you enter Black Hollow, don't trust what you leave behind. I hadn't thought much about it then, but now I kept thinking about the phrase. What you leave behind. Not just objects, not just footprints, maybe even direction, maybe even certainty. I walked deeper into the town. Each step felt slightly different than the last. The ground wasn't changing noticeably, but my sense of direction was weakening. Like the town was gently removing my internal compass. I passed a house with a rocking chair on the porch. It was moving, slowly, back and forth, but there was no one sitting in it. I stopped. The rocking slowed, then stopped completely. I stared at it for too long again, and when I blinked, the chair was no longer rocking at all. Had it ever been? A sharp pulse of doubt hit me. I checked my watch. It was still working, but the time had changed. It showed a time I didn't remember setting. I shook my head. No, that's not possible. My voice sounded smaller now. Behind me, I heard footsteps. I turned immediately. Nothing, but the sound continued for one more second, then stopped, like it had reached the point where I was supposed to see it. But I didn't. That's when I understood something I didn't want to understand. The town wasn't empty. It was selective. It decided what I was allowed to notice, and what I was. I backed up slightly. The road behind me had almost completely reshaped now. It no longer looked like an exit. It looked like part of the town, like it had always belonged here. My chest tightened. I pulled out my phone again. No signal still. But now the map app was doing something worse. It was slowly drawing new lines. Not roads I recognized. Not anything I had entered. Just paths forming on their own, expanding outward from my location. Like I was the center of something that didn't exist before I arrived. A soft voice broke the silence, so faint I almost convinced myself I imagined it. But it wasn't wind. It wasn't static. It was words. You're early. I froze completely. My eyes scanned every building, every window. Nothing moved. But I heard it again. Closer. You're early, but you'll still fit. My mouth went dry. I didn't respond. I couldn't, because my attention shifted behind me again. The road was gone. Not replaced. Not shifted. Just erased. Like it had never existed at all. And in its place was another street. One I had not seen before. Leading deeper into Black Hollow. Waiting. I turned back toward the town slowly. My legs felt heavier now. Not physically, but like the decision to leave had already been removed from me. And the worst part, I couldn't remember exactly how far I had walked from the edge of town anymore. That thought alone was enough to make my stomach drop. Because if I couldn't remember the distance, then I couldn't trust that I was ever close to leaving. And somewhere deeper in Black Hollow, something creaked again, like a chair adjusting itself for a long wait. The first time I felt it, I thought I was being watched. Not in the normal way, not like a person standing behind me. It felt like the houses themselves were looking at me. Every window in Black Hollow had that same wrong darkness. Not empty darkness, not broken glass darkness. Something deeper. Like the inside of each house was still alive, just waiting for me to admit it. I kept walking, but my steps didn't feel like mine anymore. The street had no name signs now. I noticed that mid-step, just empty poles where signs should have been. As if someone had removed the idea of labeling anything. That thought made my stomach tighten. Then I saw the first house. It looked ordinary at first. Wooden frame, slightly tilted roof, peeling paint. The kind of abandoned house you'd expect in a forgotten town. But the windows, they were too clean. No dust, no spider webs. Just black glass that reflected nothing. I stopped without meaning to. A soft sound came from inside. A curtain moved. Slow, careful. Like someone had just realized I was outside. My throat went dry. No one's here, I told myself quietly. But my voice didn't sound convinced. I took one step closer. The wood under my boot creaked loudly, even though the street was silent. The sound felt exaggerated, like the house wanted me to hear it. Then something upstairs shifted. Footsteps. Slow. One step. Then another. My chest tightened immediately. I looked up. The house had no roof. At least it shouldn't have. From the outside it looked intact, but as I tilted my head I could see straight through the top floor. Open sky, broken beams, nothing there. And still the footsteps continued. I stepped back instinctively. The movement upstairs stopped. Not gradually. Instantly. Like whatever was walking had frozen the moment I reacted. A chill ran through my arms. I wasn't imagining this. I wasn't tired. I wasn't confused. This was deliberate. Something inside the house had responded to me. I forced myself to walk again, faster this time, passing the house without looking directly at it. But I felt it anyway. That stillness behind me. Like the house was holding its breath. A few meters ahead, another building stood slightly tilted into the street. A general store maybe. The sign was gone, but the glass door was still intact. Except the door was already open. Just a few inches. As if someone had been waiting for me to push it further. I didn't want to go near it. But my feet slowed down anyway. That was the worst part. My body wasn't fully listening anymore. I stopped in front of it. Inside, shelves lined the walls. Old, faded products. But every single label was blank again. Just color shapes where words should be. No names. No brands. Like language itself had been stripped out. A soft rustle came from the back room. My eyes snapped toward it. Nothing moved. Then I noticed something worse. The dust on the floor had footprints. Fresh ones, walking in circles. But no direction, no exit path, just loops. I felt my heartbeat in my throat now. "Hello," I called out, instantly regretting it. My voice disappeared into the space like it had never existed. No echo, not even a weak return. Just silence swallowing it whole. Then very slowly, the upstairs footsteps returned. From the house behind me, but now closer. I turned slightly. The first house, the one with no roof. The footsteps were back, but this time they weren't walking. They were packing. Vast, like something was trying to decide whether to come down or not. My mind tried to rationalize it. Old structure, wind, echo effect. But nothing explained the rhythm. It sounded intentional. Human. Almost impatient. I stepped backward again, but the street behind me felt different now. Longer. Or maybe narrower. I couldn't tell anymore. That's when I noticed all the windows. Every single house on the street had them. And every window was facing me. Not randomly. Not naturally. Perfectly aligned. Like the entire street had turned its attention in my direction. My breathing got shallow. "This is not real," I whispered. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. A curtain in the second house moved. Then another in the third. Then all at once, several windows reacted. Not violently. Not fast. Just aware. Like a crowd slowly turning its head. My skin prickled. I took another step back. And then stopped. Because I heard something I didn't expect. A soft scraping sound above me. Not behind. Above. I looked up slowly. The second floor of the house I stood near was open. No roof again. And something was shifting inside it. Not walking this time. Dragging. Slow, heavy. Like something was pulling itself across broken wood. I should have run. But my body didn't react fast enough. Instead, I watched. A shadow passed through the open second floor. Long. Thin. Wrongly shaped. Not like a person. More like an outline that hadn't decided what it was supposed to be. Then it stopped. Right above me. I felt it before I saw it. That sense of attention locking onto me. Like a thought forming in something that didn't usually think. The scraping stopped. Everything stopped. Even the wind. Even my breathing felt too loud in comparison. And then, a voice came from inside the house. Not loud. Not clear. Just close. "You're standing where they stood." My body went cold instantly. I stepped back without thinking. The voice didn't follow immediately. It waited. Like it knew I needed a second to understand. Then it spoke again. Same tone. Same distance. They all stopped there too. I forced myself to speak. "Who?" Silence. Then a soft sound upstairs. Like something shifting closer to the edge of the floor. And then, a faint reply. "We watch them from here." My stomach dropped. That word. We. Not one voice. Not one presence. We. I backed away faster now, finally letting fear guide me. But the street behind me, it didn't feel like an exit anymore. It felt like part of the same trap. The houses on both sides now felt closer, slightly closer than before. Not enough to prove, just enough to doubt. My mind tried to hold onto logic. Force perspective, stress, isolation effects. But none of it explained the footsteps still moving above me. Still packing. still deciding. I turned fully now, ready to leave, but the road behind me was no longer straight. It bent slightly to the left, then right, then disappeared behind two houses that hadn't been there earlier. My chest tightened. No, I came from there. But even as I said it, I couldn't picture it clearly anymore. That was the worst part. The memory was slipping, like the town was gently erasing the path I used to enter it. A loud creak broke the silence. I looked up again instantly. The house above me. The shadow was gone, but the footsteps remained, right above my head, standing still now, waiting. Then slowly, a curtain in the house across the street moved again. But this time it didn't feel random. It felt like a signal, like something inside the town had just confirmed something to something else. I swallowed hard. My phone buzzed suddenly in my hand. I nearly dropped it. I looked down. No notification. No signal. But the map app was open again. And now, it showed a small cluster of lines forming around me. Not roads. Not streets. Shapes. Like outlines of buildings I couldn't see yet. My throat tightened, because one of those outlines was closing in from behind. I didn't turn immediately. I couldn't, because I realized something simple. The footsteps upstairs had stopped packing. They were directly above me now, perfectly still, like they were listening to the same thing I was. The phone dimmed, and in the reflection of the screen, I saw a curtain move behind me. Slowly, just slightly, like something inside the house had finally decided I had stayed long enough. And in that moment, I understood the worst possibility I hadn't allowed myself to think before. The houses weren't empty. They were occupied, just not in a way I could easily see. And whatever was inside them had been watching me the entire time I walked through their street. The ground under my boots felt wrong before I even saw the mine. Not soft, not unstable, just aware, like something deep below was listening to my weight with patience. I stopped walking. The street behind me was gone now. I didn't even question it anymore. Black Hollow had already taken that part of me, the part that expected directions to stay the same. Now there was only forward, and a narrow trail cutting between two leaning buildings. No sign, no warning, just a path that looked like it had been used, but not by anything living. My phone was still in my hand, still useless, but the map was different again. New lines had formed overnight. One of them pointed straight ahead, a single thin path, like the town itself had drawn me a route. I swallowed hard. Of course, I whispered, of course it leads somewhere worse. The wind shifted slightly, not strong, just enough to carry a smell. Metal, rust, and something old, like wet stone that had been sealed for too long. That smell made my stomach tight without reason. I followed it anyway, because I realized something worse than fear. I didn't know where else I could go. The buildings around me slowly changed as I walked. Not instantly, not dramatically, just enough to make me doubt every step I had already taken. A window I passed earlier was now open. A door that was closed before was slightly ajar. And a curtain moved once, then stopped, like it had been caught pretending to be nothing. I kept my eyes forward. That was my second mistake, because forward was where the mine was waiting. It didn't look like a mine at first. It looked like a collapsed storage yard. Half-buried wooden beams, broken carts, rusted rails disappearing into dirt. But then I saw the entrance. A black opening in the hillside. Too clean. Too straight. Like someone had carved it recently, even though everything around it looked decades dead. I stopped again. My chest tightened instantly. "No," I said under my breath. "That's not supposed to be here." But my words didn't feel like they mattered. The entrance was already deciding for me. A cold draft came from inside it. Not natural wind. Controlled. Like breath pulled through something large and patient. I stepped closer without meaning to. And that's when I noticed the sign. Half buried in dirt. Faded metal. But still readable. Black Hollow mining site closed permanently. The word permanently had been scratched over. Rewritten. Several times. Different hands. Different ink. Different eras. I knelt down slowly. My fingers brushed the metal. Cold. Too cold. Like it had been sitting in shadow for longer than the town itself. And beneath the sign there were names. Carved into the metal. Not printed. Not painted. Scratched. Hundreds of them. Workers. Dates. Shift. Some of the names repeated, but with different years next to them. My throat tightened as I read one line. J. Carter, resigned 1998. Below it, J. Carter returned 2001. Below that, J. Carter still assigned present. My hand froze. That shouldn't be possible. People don't return after resigning from a mine job. And what did still assigned even mean? A soft sound came from inside the mine. Metal dragging across rock. Slow. Deliberate. I pulled my hand back instantly. The sound stopped, like it had been listening for reaction. My pulse started rising. Then I saw something worse. A second tunnel entrance, half hidden behind the first. Smaller, older, and above it, a wooden board nailed into stone. Old records entry, do not use. The word do not was scratched deeper than the rest, like someone had tried to carve fear into it. I should have left. I know that. Every part of my mind screamed it. But something else pulled harder. Curiosity. The worst kind. The kind that doesn't feel like choice. It feels like forgetting caution. I stepped into the mine. The air changed instantly. It got heavier. Not just cold. Dense. Like the space was holding too much history at once. My footsteps echoed softly at first, then stopped echoing at all. That made me pause. I tested it again. One step. No echo. Another. Nothing. It felt like the mine was swallowing sound instead of reflecting it. I moved forward slowly. The walls were carved stone, but uneven, like they had been shaped by hands instead of tools. Every few meters I saw markings. Numbers. Dates. Names. All scratched into rock. And all slightly wrong. Some letters were repeated too many times. Some words ended mid-sentence, as if whoever wrote them stopped thinking halfway through. Then I saw the first corridor branching off. A narrow passage with a wooden support beam. On it a clipboard hung. Still attached. Still intact. Impossible for this place. I walked closer. My breathing got louder. The paper on the clipboard was yellowed but readable. Employee roster. But the title was crossed out and rewritten. Shift record continuous. Continuous. Not daily. Not weekly. Continuous. My eyes scanned the names, and my stomach dropped. Some names had quit written beside them. but others had the words scratched out and replaced. Not confirmed. And others, my breath stopped, never left surface. I stared at that line too long, because I understood what it implied. People didn't leave. They just stopped being confirmed as gone. A sound echoed deeper in the tunnel. A cough. Human. Close. I froze instantly. Then silence returned. But now it felt aware of me. I took a slow step forward. Then another. The tunnel widened slightly, and I saw something that made my entire body lock up. Footprints. Fresh. Not mine. Leading deeper inside. But they didn't walk normally. They dragged slightly, like whoever made them had stopped lifting their feet at some point. I followed them without thinking. That was the third mistake. The tunnel opened into a larger chamber, and that's where I saw the records room. Not shelves, not machines, just stacks of paper, hundreds of them, pinned to walls, stacked on wooden tables, hung from wires like drying cloth, and every single page was a person's name, but not in lists, in sentences, in descriptions, in notes that didn't sound like documentation. They sounded like observations. Carter continues shift behavior after resignation. Lewis no longer responds to surface calls. 3 workers still visible underground despite closure. My mouth went dry. This wasn't a mine record system. This was something watching them, studying them. I stepped deeper, and then I saw the wall. A full wall covered in names. Scratched, written, rewritten. Layer after layer. And in the center, a single sentence carved deeper than all the rest. The mine did not close. It only stopped being seen. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. Behind me, something shifted. Not loud. Not sudden. Just a weight change in the air. Like someone had entered the room without opening anything. I turned slowly. Nothing there. But the footprints in the dust had changed direction. Now they were facing me. Not leading away. Not continuing forward. Just watching. Then a voice came. Not from one place. From everywhere. Soft. Calm. Almost tired. You read them. My throat tightened instantly. I didn't answer. I couldn't. The voice continued. They always read them. A pause. Then, and then they stay longer. A cold pressure spread through my chest. I whispered, "Who are you?" Silence. Then a sound like paper shifting all around me. Every page in the room moved slightly. Not wind. Not vibration. Intent. Then the answer came. We are the shift that never ended. My legs felt weak. I backed up instinctively. But the tunnel behind me wasn't the same anymore. It looked longer, like it had extended while I wasn't paying attention. The exit felt further away than it should. Impossible geometry. The mine was changing shape around me. My phone buzzed again. I looked down without thinking. The map had updated, but now it wasn't showing routes. It was showing labels. Names. Hundreds of them. And they were moving. Slowly. Like they were walking underground. I dropped the phone immediately. It hit the ground softly. But the screen didn't crack. Instead, it displayed one final line. You are listed now. My breath stopped completely. From deeper in the mine, footsteps returned. Slow. Controlled. Approaching. Not rushing. Not chasing. Just coming. because they already knew I wasn't leaving. And as I stood there in the records room, surrounded by names that refused to stay gone, I finally understood the worst part of Black Hollow. It didn't erase people. It kept them, and somewhere deeper in the mind, something had just decided my name didn't belong on the surface anymore. The sheriff's office was still warm. That was the first thing I noticed. Not literally warm like fire or electricity, but warm in the way a place feels when someone has just been there and didn't bother to hide it. The chair behind the desk was slightly turned. The lamp was still on, and the radio on the counter kept clicking softly, like it was trying to remember how to speak. I stood in the doorway for a few seconds without moving, because something didn't add up. Black Hollow looked abandoned from the outside, but inside these buildings, it felt like everything had only paused. Not ended. Paused. My eyes slowly scanned the room. Dust everywhere except on the desk. The desk was clean. Too clean. Like someone had been writing there recently. I stepped inside without meaning to. The floor creaked under my boots, and the radio immediately responded with a burst of static. Then silence again, like it had acknowledged me. That thought made my stomach tighten. I walked closer to the desk. There were folders scattered across it. Some open, some stacked, and one thing sitting right in the center. A notebook, old leather cover, edges worn like it had been handled too many times. Something about it pulled my attention in a way I didn't like. Not curiosity, something closer to recognition. Like my mind already knew it mattered before I did. I picked it up slowly. The moment my fingers touched it, the radio behind me clicked again. Not static this time, just one soft sound, like a breath. I turned slightly. Nothing there, but I felt it anyway. I opened the notebook. The first page had a title written in careful handwriting. Shift log night duty. Below it was a date, but the year was scratched out and rewritten multiple times. Every correction looked older than the last. My throat tightened. I turned the page and immediately felt something worse. The entries weren't normal reports. They weren't even consistent. They read like someone trying to document time that refused to behave. 0000 shift begins. All present, town quiet. I paused. That was normal. Almost comforting. Then I read further. 0100 no change. Lights checked. All buildings accounted for. My eyes narrowed slightly. All buildings accounted for. I looked around the room without thinking. The sheriff's office was small. Simple. One desk, one chair, filing cabinet, radio. Nothing strange. But the phrase didn't sit right. I kept reading. 0230 Officer Miller reports footsteps outside. No one visible. Footsteps continue after patrol ends. A chill moved through my arms. I flipped the page faster now. The writing started changing. Not in content. In tone. More rushed. More unstable. 0315 footsteps now inside station. No entry recorded, doors still locked. I looked at the door behind me. Still closed. Still locked. At least it looked locked. But I didn't remember hearing it click when I entered. I swallowed hard and kept going. 0400 shift members report hearing radio calls from empty channels. Calls respond when answered. My grip tightened on the notebook. The radio behind me made a soft crackling sound again. Just once, like it had heard its own name mentioned. I didn't turn this time. I forced myself to keep reading. 0520 Deputy Harris requests confirmation of time. Clock stopped. Everyone still working. My eyes flicked to the wall. There was a clock there. I hadn't noticed it before. It wasn't ticking. It wasn't even frozen. The hands were slightly blurred, like they couldn't decide where to rest. My breathing slowed without permission. Something in this room didn't respect time. The entries continued, and now they got worse. 0600 outside window shows daylight, but report states night remains. I stopped again. My chest tightened. I walked to the window slowly. Outside, it was dark, not natural night. Deeper, heavier, like the concept of morning had been erased. But I remembered something else. When I entered Black Hollow, it wasn't night. It wasn't supposed to be night yet. A cold realization started forming. I turned back to the notebook. Pages were now slightly damp at the edges, as if the air itself was reacting to the writing. I kept going. 0745 Officer Miller missing. No departure recorded. Shift continues. A lump formed in my throat. Missing. No departure. Not gone. Just unrecorded leaving. That phrase hit harder than I expected, because it matched everything I had seen so far. People didn't disappear here. They stopped being confirmed. I flipped another page. My fingers were shaking now. The handwriting was changing again. Slower, more controlled, like whoever wrote it had stopped being surprised. 0900 staff count unchanged, despite missing personnel. My stomach dropped. I read it again. Despite missing personnel. My mind tried to fight it, but the logic collapsed immediately. If people were missing, how were they still counted? I leaned slightly on the desk without thinking, and felt something under it. A drawer, half open. I pulled it carefully. Inside was a second notebook. Smaller, thinner, no label, just scratches on the cover. I opened it and immediately regretted it. This one didn't look like reports. It looked like confessions. The first line made my chest tighten instantly. I stopped going home after the second night. I froze. Second night. I read further. I still wake up in the station. Every time I sleep. Same chair, same radio, same shift. My mouth went dry. I flipped faster now. Pages blurred together. The entries repeated, but changed slightly each time. Like the writer was stuck in the same moment, just noticing different details each loop. Shift never ends. Clock resets, but no one leaves. We tried to leave. We arrived back inside. I stopped. My hand went cold. Arrived back inside. I slowly looked around the room again, just to confirm I was still here, still in control. But the air felt heavier now, like the room had accepted me as part of its inventory. Then I saw something I missed earlier. On the far wall, a list, names written in chalk, dozens of them, some crossed out, some rewritten, and some repeated underneath new entries. I walked closer. My steps felt louder now, each one echoing too clearly. The list wasn't random. It was structured, like shift assignments. I leaned in and saw one line that made my stomach drop completely. New assignment, unknown officer. My eyes locked on it. Unknown officer. No name. No origin. Just assignment. Then below it, a fresh line had been added. The chalk still looked slightly wet. It read, currently present. My breath stopped. Slowly. Behind me. The radio clicked again. But this time, it didn't go silent. It stayed on. Static filled the room. Low. Constant. Then a voice pushed through it. Calm. Too calm. Officer, please confirm shift status. My body went rigid. I didn't move. Didn't answer. The notebook in my hands suddenly felt heavier. The voice came again. Same tone. Same distance. Officer, you are late for report. My throat tightened painfully. I finally turned toward the radio. It was just sitting there. Old metal box. Nothing special. But the static wasn't random anymore. It felt structured, like language hiding under noise. I stepped closer, against my better judgment. And the moment I did, the static shifted. It formed words. Not clearly, but enough. Shift continues, all present, confirm identity. My heart started beating faster. Identity. That word felt wrong here. I looked back at the notebooks and suddenly noticed something I missed. Every entry, every report, every name. They didn't end with a signature. They ended with confirmation marks. Check marks, as if existence itself had to be approved daily. My hand shook slightly. The radio spoke again. Closer this time. Unknown officer confirmed. I swallowed hard, and for the first time since entering Black Hollow, I realized something terrifying. I had been in this room too long, because I couldn't remember exactly when I arrived. I tried to think back. The mine, the street, the road disappearing, but the timeline felt soft, unstable, like it had been rewritten too many times already. The radio clicked louder. Confirm shift continuation. The words weren't a question anymore. They were instruction. My eyes dropped to the notebook in my hand, and something new had appeared on the last page. Writing that wasn't there before. Fresh ink. Still wet. It said, new entry added. Unknown officer has accepted shift duty. My breath stopped completely. I didn't write that. I didn't even touch that page. But the ink was still drying. Behind me, the clock on the wall made a soft sound. For the first time since I noticed it. It ticked. Once, and the shift officially continued. The tape was already playing when I realized I was holding it. No warning. No start button. Just a soft, steady voice coming from an old recorder, sitting on the sheriff's desk like it had been waiting for me specifically. And the first thing it said was this: "You're listening now. That means you've already been written in." My fingers went cold instantly. I didn't remember pressing anything. I didn't even remember picking the tape up properly. But it was in my hand. Heavy, real, old plastic worn smooth like it had been held too many times before me. The sheriff's office felt different again. Quieter, not empty quieter. More like attentive. Like the walls had leaned in slightly while I wasn't looking. The tape kept playing. Calm voice, male, no emotion. You might think Black Hollow is abandoned. That's the first mistake. A pause. Not silence. A deliberate pause. Like whoever recorded this knew exactly when fear would start forming. I looked at the recorder. The tape reel was spinning slowly. But the weird part was, it wasn't plugged in. I stepped back a little. My shoulder brushed the desk, and the radio behind me crackled once. Then stopped, like it was waiting its turn. The voice continued. No one leaves Black Hollow because no one is replaced fast enough. My throat tightened. That word again. Replaced. Not missing. Not gone. Replaced. I swallowed hard. My mind immediately went back through everything I had seen. The mine records, the shift logs, the names that changed, the people who were still assigned. It wasn't random anymore. It was a system. A terrible, quiet system. The tape clicked softly as it moved forward. You're probably wondering where everyone went. A faint breath on the recording, almost like the speaker leaned closer to the microphone. They didn't leave, they completed. My stomach dropped slightly. Completed. Like a task. Not a life. Not a person. A task. I stepped closer without realizing it. The recorder's speaker felt louder now. Not physically, but like it had my full attention locked. The voice continued. And when completion happens, the town waits for the next name. A new sound came through the tape. Not part of the voice. A background noise. Faint footsteps. Wooden floorboards. Slow packing. My eyes drifted around the room instinctively. But nothing moved. Still. Too still. The tape hissed gently. Then the voice changed tone slightly. Still calm. But lower. More certain. You've noticed the pattern already. My chest tightened. It wasn't a question. It was a confirmation. The tape knew I had been watching. I forced myself to speak, even though I knew it was pointless. This is impossible. My voice sounded small in the room. The tape didn't stop. It responded anyway. Not directly, but like it had already prepared for me. Impossible is what people call things before they become normal here. A chill ran through my arms. Normal. As if this place had rules. As if I was just late to learning them. The tape clicked again. Another segment started. You may have entered as a visitor. A pause. Longer this time. But Black Hollow doesn't categorize visitors. My heartbeat started picking up. It felt like the room was shrinking slightly. Not physically, just closing in perception. The voice continued. It categorizes availability. I frowned. Availability. That didn't make sense. But something deep in me didn't want it to make sense. Because I already knew what it implied. The tape hissed louder for a second, then softened again. And right now, you are available. The word hit harder than I expected. Available. Not chosen. Not trapped. Available. Like inventory. Like a spare part. I stepped away from the desk again, but my heel bumped something on the floor. A folder. I didn't remember it being there. It had fallen open. Inside were pages. Printed reports. But the names on them weren't consistent anymore. Some were crossed out. Some rewritten. And some were blank entirely. Like the identity hadn't fully loaded yet. My breath got shallow. The tape voice continued like nothing was wrong. This town doesn't abandon people, it integrates them. I shook my head slightly. No, that's not real. But the words didn't sound convincing anymore. Integration. Replacement. Completion. It all connected too cleanly. Too neatly. Like I was just missing the final piece of a puzzle I never agreed to solve. The tape suddenly slowed. Not physically, but in tone. As if the speaker was preparing something important. There is something you should understand before you continue moving through Black Hollow. A pause, long enough that my muscles tightened without permission. Then, The town is not empty. My eyes flicked toward the window. Still darkness outside. Still unmoving. The voice continued. It is waiting. My throat went dry. Waiting for what? The tape answered before I could even form the question. For replacement. A heavy silence followed. Not empty silence. Structured silence. Like the tape itself was measuring my reaction. I felt my grip tighten on the recorder. Then, a new sound came through. Different voice. Faint. Farther away. But unmistakably human. New arrival confirmed. My body froze instantly. My mind rejected it before I even processed it. Arrival. Confirmed. The original voice on the tape returned immediately, calm again. Yes. I took a sharp step back. My breathing quickened. No, I didn't arrive anywhere. I'm just here. But even as I said it, the sentence felt unstable. Here? Where was here anymore? The tape continued. You are in proximity. That is sufficient. Proximity. Sufficient. Not required. Just enough. The words made my skin crawl. I looked around the sheriff's office again. But now everything felt slightly misaligned. The chair behind the desk wasn't exactly where I remembered it. The lamp was tilted a few degrees more. The radio was facing slightly toward me, as if everything had adjusted during the conversation. I swallowed hard. The tape hissed again. Then the voice softened, almost patient. Most people think replacement is violent. A pause. It is not. My stomach twisted. It is quiet. That word stayed longer than the rest. Quiet. Black Hollow was always quiet. The tape continued. You do not feel removed. You feel reassigned. My hands started shaking slightly. Reassigned. Like a job. Like a role. Like I had been moved somewhere I didn't notice. I backed toward the door, but it didn't feel like an exit anymore. It felt like part of the room. The tape clicked again. A final segment started. And once assigned, you begin to record. My breath stopped. Record. The tape continued. Your thoughts become entries. My head started spinning slightly. That didn't make sense. But something terrifyingly logical was forming behind it. The notebook from the mine. The sheriff's logs. The shift reports. All of it. It wasn't documentation of people. It was people becoming documentation. The tape hissed softly. Then, you are already contributing. My blood went cold. I looked down at my hands, at the recorder, at the folder on the floor, at the desk, and suddenly noticed something I hadn't before. There was handwriting on the desk surface. Fresh, not scratched. Written, slowly appearing like condensation forming words. I leaned closer without thinking, and my breath caught. It was my handwriting, but I had never written it. The words read, Shift continues. My pulse spiked instantly. No, I whispered. The tape clicked louder now. The final part of the recording began. And this time the voice was closer. Too close. Last message for the current assignment. My body went rigid. Assignment. That word again. The voice softened. Not comforting. Just final. Do not resist integration. It delays processing. My stomach dropped. Processing. Like I was already inside a system that didn't care if I agreed. The tape slowed, then said the final line. If you are hearing this clearly, The town has already accepted you. A long pause. Then, welcome to Black Hollow. The tape stopped. Silence hit the room instantly. Too clean. Too absolute. I stared at the recorder, waiting for something else. Anything else. But nothing came. Then the radio behind me clicked once. Just once. And a calm voice spoke through it. Same tone. Same calmness. But now unmistakably closer than before. Officer, confirm final status. My throat tightened completely. I didn't answer. But I didn't need to. Because in that moment, I realized something had already started writing my response for me. The last message he sent wasn't a warning. It was a timestamp. Still here, still reporting. Town is quieter than expected. Then nothing. No follow-up. No panic. Just silence where a voice used to be. I stared at my phone screen longer than I should have. Because people don't just stop mid-investigation like that. Not journalists like him. Not when they're chasing something they've already risked too much for. Dust Town was supposed to be empty. That's what every file said. That's what every report repeated. Abandoned mining settlement. Population. 0 confirmed residents. But the problem was, nobody agreed on when it became empty. Different records, different years, different explanations. One file said evacuation. Another said accident. Another simply said, no entry after night shift began. That last line is why I came here. And now I was standing at the edge of it. Dust Town didn't look like a place that was abandoned. It looked like a place that was paused. Buildings still upright. Windows still clean in places. Doors not broken, just closed. Like people left expecting to come back in a few minutes. But never did. The wind moved through the street slowly. Not strong. Not natural. More like a breath that forgot where it started. I stepped forward anyway. My boots sank slightly into the dry ground. Dust lifted around my feet, but it didn't scatter normally. It lingered, like it didn't want to leave. That was the first thing that felt wrong. The second thing was the silence. Not quiet silence. Controlled silence. Even the wind felt careful here. I checked my phone again. No signal. But I still had the journalist's last location pinned. Right here. Right in the middle of Dust Town. Which meant he hadn't left. Or he couldn't. I swallowed hard and kept walking. The first building I passed had a broken sign hanging sideways. Dust Town General Store. The paint was faded, but not old enough to match the emptiness around it. That mismatch bothered me more than it should have. Because decay is supposed to be consistent. Here it was. Some things looked frozen in time. Others looked recently maintained. Like someone was still deciding what should rot and what shouldn't. I pushed the store door slightly. It opened too easily. Inside, everything was intact. Shelves lined with products. Cans stacked neatly. Glass jars untouched. But every label was blank. No names. No brands. Just colored paper where identity used to be. I stepped inside. The floor creaked softly under me. And immediately, something creaked upstairs. I froze, slowly looked up. The building had a second floor. Of course it did, but I hadn't noticed stairs yet. That was the first unsettling detail. The second was worse. The ceiling above the counter was partially open. Not broken. Open, like the roof had been forgotten in design. And still the sound came from above. A single step. Then another. Slow. Measuring. My throat tightened instantly. I didn't move, because movement felt like permission. Then the sound stopped. Completely. Like whatever was, there had paused to listen to me listening. I backed out of the store slowly. And the moment I stepped outside, the sound didn't follow me. It stayed. That was worse. I marked it mentally and moved on. The street ahead stretched longer than it should have. Not physically impossible, just unfamiliar. Like the town expanded when I wasn't paying attention. That was the first open loop in my mind. Where was the journalist exactly? He had sent messages from here, but nothing visible showed where he had stood. No equipment, no bag, no abandoned gear. Just a town that didn't acknowledge his presence at all. I walked deeper. Every few steps, I checked reflections in windows. Not because I expected something behind me, but because I didn't trust what I wasn't seeing. The reflections were wrong. Sometimes delayed. Sometimes slightly shifted. Like the town was replaying itself with hesitation. Then I saw it. A small office building at the end of the street. Half-lit window. Door slightly open. No sign on it. But I knew instinctively it was important. My pace slowed without permission. Inside it was darker, but not empty. There was a desk, and on that desk, a recorder. Old model. Microphone still attached. I stepped closer. My chest tightened, because the blinking red light was still on. Recording, even though no one was inside. I approached slowly. My footsteps felt too loud. The room didn't echo properly, like sound was being absorbed instead of reflected. I reached the desk. The recorder was playing. I didn't press anything. The tape had already started. A voice came through immediately. Calm. Too calm. Male. Familiar in a way that made my stomach tight before my brain understood why. This is my last entry if anyone finds it. My breath caught slightly. That was him. The journalist. The missing one. The voice continued. I entered Dust Town 3 days ago, I think. A pause. Not hesitation. Confusion. Like time itself was unstable. I stopped counting after the first night. My fingers tightened near the recorder but didn't touch it. Because something about it felt active. Not recorded. Ongoing. The voice continued. The town is not empty. That sentence landed heavier than the rest. A chill moved up my arms. I thought it was abandoned too, but that's not accurate. Another pause. Longer this time. Then, it's occupied differently. My stomach tightened. Occupied differently. That didn't sound like people. Or animals. Or anything normal. The voice softened slightly. Almost like he was lowering his tone, because something nearby might hear him. They don't leave, they wait for rotation. I frowned. Rotation. What did that even mean? The recorder hissed softly. Then the journalist's voice changed. More urgent now. If you are hearing this, do not stay after sunset. A new sound entered the recording. Footsteps. Inside the audio. Not from the room I was in. From his recording. He was walking while recording. Slow. Careful. Like he was inside somewhere else now. The voice continued, shaky for the first time. I tried to leave. I followed the road out. A pause. And I came back in from the other side. My skin went cold instantly. I looked at the window instinctively. Outside, the street looked the same. but suddenly I wasn't sure if outside was reliable anymore. The recording continued. The exit doesn't connect to anywhere stable. A soft breath. Then, it loops when you're not looking at it. My throat tightened. Loop. That word hit too close to everything I'd already felt here. The store, the street, the shifting reflections. The town wasn't just abandoned. It was reorganizing itself around attention. The voice continued, quieter now. I think I understand the schedule. My grip on the desk tightened. Schedule. People here don't disappear. A pause. They get reassigned when they stop being useful in their position. My stomach dropped. That matched too many things I'd already seen. The shift logs. The mine records. The sheriff's notebook. Everything pointed back to a system. Not chaos. System. The voice suddenly became sharper. Don't trust silence. A static crack filled the recorder. Then, silence is part of the cycle. My breathing slowed without permission. The journalist sounded like he was moving again. Footsteps on gravel. Faster now. Unsteady. I think I'm being followed, but I don't see anyone. A pause. Then softer. I think they don't need to be seen anymore. My chest tightened painfully. I looked around the office again. Nothing moved, but I didn't feel alone anymore. The recording shifted. Final tone. Final segment. If you are still listening. A long pause. Too long. Then, don't look for me. My eyes narrowed slightly. That didn't make sense. Of course, I was looking for him. That's why I was here. But the voice continued. Because I'm still reporting. A chill moved through my body. Still reporting. Even after missing. Even after silence. The tape hissed one last time. Then the final line came through. And it wasn't calm anymore. It was almost resigned. And right now, I think the town is using me as reference. The recording stopped. Silence fell instantly. Too clean. Too sharp. I stared at the recorder, waiting for something else. Anything else. But nothing came. Then I noticed something on the desk. A fresh sheet of paper. Not there before. My hand hesitated before picking it up. And when I did, my stomach dropped. It was a printed transcript of the recording I had just heard. But the last line was different. It had been updated. In real time. It now said, current status, reporter still active. My breath stopped completely. And somewhere outside the office, a soft sound echoed through the empty street. A voice I recognized. Calm. Faint. Still speaking. Still reporting. Even though the recorder had stopped. The sheriff's name was in the logbook. That was the first problem. The second problem was worse. No one outside Dust Town had any record of him existing. I sat in the back room of the abandoned office, staring at 3 different files spread across the table. Same name. Different handwriting. Different years. But no match in any official archive I could access. I double-checked my laptop. Again. Nothing. No employment record. No badge number history. No county appointment file. It was like someone had written him into existence only inside Dust Town. And worse, every internal record treated him like he had always been there. Like questioning it wasn't even an option. I leaned back in the chair slowly. The wood creaked under me. Too loud in the silence. Outside, the street of Dust Town was still. But not empty. I could feel it now, that same pressure from before. Like the town wasn't watching with eyes. It was watching with attention. And attention here felt physical. I looked back at the logbook. One page was different. New ink. Still fresh. That shouldn't have been possible. I hadn't touched it. No one had entered the room. And yet, a new entry sat at the bottom of the page. Sheriff Unit active, patrol confirmed. My throat tightened instantly. Unit, not person. I swallowed hard and leaned closer. The entry below it made my stomach twist even more. Supervisor, Sheriff RHALDEN. Halden. That was the name. The one that didn't exist anywhere outside this town. I ran a quick search again on my laptop. Nothing. Not even an obituary. Not even a missing persons report. It was like the name was anchored only inside Dust Town. I shut the laptop slowly. A bad habit when I get overwhelmed. Like closing it could close the problem too. It didn't. A faint sound came from the hallway outside. Footsteps. Slow. Measured. Boots on wooden floor. I froze instantly. The sound stopped. Not disappeared. Just stopped. Like whoever it was had reached a point where movement was no longer needed. My pulse started rising. I slowly stood up. The chair behind me creaked again. This time I didn't move. I waited. The hallway stayed silent. Then, a voice. Calm. Directly outside the door. You are reviewing the archive incorrectly. My body went cold. That voice. Not loud. Not threatening. Just final. Like correction, not warning. I didn't answer immediately. My mouth felt dry. Then I forced it. Who's there? Silence. Then the door handle turned slightly. Not fully opening. Just enough to remind me it could. Then the voice again. Sheriff's office is not a place for interpretation. My chest tightened. Interpretation. I stepped closer to the door without opening it. I'm just looking for a missing journalist. A pause. Long enough that I thought the voice was gone. Then, there is no missing journalist. My stomach dropped instantly. That didn't make sense. I had the logs, the recordings, the trail, but the voice didn't hesitate. It sounded certain, like it was correcting something obvious. I stepped closer again. Then what is he? Silence. Then the answer came. And it wasn't what I expected. Currently assigned. My breathing stopped for a second. Assigned. That word again. It was becoming a pattern here. Not disappearance. Not death. Assignment. I looked back at the desk. The logbook had changed again. I didn't see it happen. But it was different. New lines added underneath the sheriff's entry. Field unit status, active. I felt something cold spread through my arms. Field unit. Like the journalist. Like he wasn't missing. He was being used. Outside, the footsteps started again. But now they weren't random. They were circling the building. Slow. Controlled. Like patrol. My throat tightened. I moved quietly to the window. Carefully. I didn't want to be seen. But when I looked out, there was nothing. No one. Just empty street. Dust moving slightly with no wind source. And yet, the footsteps continued. Right beneath me. On the ground. Inside the silence. I backed away from the window immediately. Something about that was wrong on a deeper level, because I didn't see anyone, but I heard structure. I turned back toward the desk, and that's when I noticed it. A second logbook. Different color, different cover, smaller. It hadn't been there before. I opened it slowly, my fingers already cold. The first page had one line written in bold handwriting. Field observation, Sheriff Unit REPORTING. My stomach tightened. This wasn't just a record. It was active documentation. Ongoing. I flipped the page. Day 1, subject arrived without disruption. Town accepted entry conditions. I frowned slightly. Entry conditions. That didn't sound like a place. That sounded like a system. I kept reading. Day 2, subject questions absence of official records. No corrective action required. My breathing slowed. No corrective action. Like questioning was allowed, but monitored. Another page. Day 3, subject begins searching external databases. Results remain null. Expected behavior. My eyes widened slightly. Expected behavior. They knew what I was doing, even before I did it. I flipped faster now. Pages blurred. Day 4, subject encountered sheriff unit. No recognition response initiated. That stopped me. I looked back toward the door. The voice outside was still there. Waiting. Patient. I continued reading. Day 5, subject requests identity confirmation of sheriff unit. Response initiated. My throat tightened again. That explained the voice. It wasn't random. It was response. The system reacting. I flipped another page and froze completely. The writing had changed tone. Not observation anymore. Instruction. If subject continues interference, reassignment process may initiate. My hands went slightly numb. Reassignment. That word again. It wasn't metaphor anymore. It was protocol. A soft knock came from the door. One single tap. No urgency. Just confirmation. Then the voice returned. Closer now. You are not authorized to hold incomplete records. My breathing got shallow. Incomplete records. I looked at the logbooks again. They weren't just documents. They were the system's memory. And I was interrupting it. Another knock. Slightly firmer. Still controlled. You will return documentation. My mind raced. Return. Return to who? I stepped back instinctively. But the room felt smaller. Not physically. Perceptually. Like the boundaries were tightening around me. I looked at the window again. The street outside had changed slightly. The dust patterns were different. And for a second, I saw something standing across the road. Not clear. Not solid. Just shape. Watching. Then it was gone. My pulse spiked. I turned back to the desk. The sheriff's name in the logbook had changed again. Now it read, Sheriff Unit Owensight. My stomach dropped completely. That wasn't possible. I was alone in the room. But the voice outside the door spoke again. And this time, it sounded directly behind my thoughts. Correction, you are not alone. My body froze. The door slowly creaked. Not opening fully. Just shifting. Like it was deciding how much access was required. The voice continued. You are currently inside reporting environment. My breath stopped. Inside reporting environment. Not office. Not town. Environment. System-wide. The realization hit harder than fear. This wasn't just Dust Town. It was infrastructure, a living record system, and I had stepped inside it without permission. The door creaked a little more. I backed away instinctively. My heel hit the desk. The logbook shifted slightly, and for a split second, every page turned at once. Not by wind, not by motion, by synchronization. Then stopped, and on every page, my name was now present. Not handwritten, not printed, just there, like it had always been part of the record. The voice outside softened slightly, almost satisfied. Subject identity confirmed. My breath shook, and in that moment, I understood something I didn't want to understand. The sheriff wasn't looking for missing people. He was managing entries, and I had just been entered into the system that never stopped updating. The door began to open slowly, and I realized the sheriff didn't need to find me, because according to Dust Town's records, I was already on shift. The lights were still on when I arrived. That was the first thing that made my chest tighten. A motel in a dead town shouldn't have electricity. But here it was, flickering neon sign above the building, buzzing softly in the empty air. Desert Star Motel. Half the letters were dead. The rest kept blinking like they were trying to remember their job. I stood there for a few seconds without moving, because something about this place felt wrong in a different way. Not abandoned wrong, maintained wrong, like someone still cared enough to keep it alive, but not enough to let it be normal. The wind moved behind me, slow, dust rolling across the empty parking lot. But the motel didn't react to it. No curtains moved. No doors creaked. It just waited. I checked my phone again. No signal. Still nothing. But the battery had dropped faster than it should have. That was new. I looked back at the building. 2 floors. Long corridor of rooms. All identical doors. All closed. All numbered. But something made my stomach tight immediately. Every single curtain I could see from the outside was pulled shut from inside. Not open. Not half open. Completely closed. Like no one wanted even a sliver of outside light. I walked forward slowly. My boots made soft crunching sounds in the gravel. Too loud for a place this quiet. As I reached the reception area, I noticed the door was already open. Not broken. Not forced. Just open. Like it was expecting me. Inside, the air felt warmer. Too warm for a building in the middle of nowhere. A fan on the counter was spinning slowly. Still running. Still powered. But there was no one at the desk. No clerk. No sound of movement. Just the soft hum of electricity and something else underneath it. A low, steady vibration. Like the building itself was breathing. I stepped closer to the counter. A register book was open. Fresh pages. Fresh ink. My fingers hovered above it for a second before I touched it. The handwriting was neat. Too neat. Room check-ins listed by number. But every room had the same note next to it. Locked internal. I frowned slightly. Internal lock. That didn't make sense. I flipped the page. Same thing. Room after room. All locked. From inside. A chill moved up my spine slowly. I turned toward the hallway. Long corridor. Dim lights buzzing overhead. All doors shut. Perfectly aligned. Silent. But the air felt occupied. Not with people. With presence. I stepped into the hallway. Immediately, the sound changed. The hum of electricity became louder, more focused, like it was surrounding me instead of just existing. I passed the first room, room 101. The door was locked, but I heard something inside. Not movement, breathing, slow, controlled. I froze, listening harder. Yes, breathing. I leaned slightly closer. The door didn't react, but the breathing stopped. Instantly, like it had noticed me noticing it. My throat tightened. I moved forward quickly. Room 102. Same thing. Locked. But this time, a soft scraping sound came from inside, like fabric dragging across floor. Then silence again. I backed away slightly. "What is this place?" I whispered. My voice sounded swallowed by the hallway. No echo, just absorption. Room 103. I didn't want to stop, but something made me. A sound inside. Not breathing this time. A voice. Very faint. I hear the outside. My blood went cold. I stepped closer without thinking. The voice repeated. I hear it, but I cannot reach it. My hand hovered near the door handle, but it was locked. From inside. I didn't touch it. I couldn't. Instead, I stepped back. And as I did, the voice stopped. Not faded. Not interrupted. Just cut off. Like someone had decided silence was safer. My pulse started rising. I moved faster now. Room after room. Same pattern. Breathing. Movement. Whispers. All locked from the inside. Every door. Every room. Every sound contained behind wood and metal. And then I noticed something worse. The sounds were responding to me. When I stopped, they stopped. When I moved, they resumed. Like the entire motel was synchronized with my attention. I reached the end of the hallway. A mirror hung slightly tilted on the wall. I stopped in front of it. My reflection looked normal, but the hallway behind me didn't. For a fraction of a second, every room door was slightly open. Just a crack. Then it snapped shut again. I blinked hard. My reflection didn't change, but I knew what I saw. I turned slowly. The doors were still closed, but now I understood something. They weren't locked to keep something out. They were locked to keep something in. A soft buzz came from above. Second floor. I looked up. The ceiling lights flickered slightly. Just once, then stabilized. And in that flicker, I saw movement on the upper balcony. A shadow, standing still, watching, then gone. My breath tightened instantly. I went to the stairs. Each step felt heavier than the last, like the building was noticing where I was going. Second floor corridor was even quieter. No fan noise here, just electricity humming through walls. Room 201. Locked. Room 202. Locked. Room 203. Locked. But now I noticed something new. Scratch marks on the doors. Inside them, like people had tried to get out. Not from outside, from inside. That realization made my stomach twist. I stopped in front of room 204. Something felt different here. The air was heavier, warmer, like the room behind it was closer than the others. I leaned slightly closer and heard it. Not a voice, not breathing, A single sentence. Very soft. We are still inside. My hand moved without thinking, almost touching the door. But I stopped myself just in time, because I realized something critical. The voice didn't come from inside the room. It came from the hallway speaker. I looked up. A small intercom speaker was mounted above the door. Old, dusty, but active. A soft click came from it. Then a voice. Calm. Neutral. Guest observation protocol active. My body went cold instantly. Guest. Not intruder. Not visitor. Guest. The speaker continued. Rooms remain secured for containment continuity. Containment. That word hit hard. I stepped back slightly. What are you containing? I said quietly. The speaker paused, then responded. Occupancy. My mind stalled. Occupancy. Not people. Not residents. Occupancy. As a condition. As a status. My chest tightened. I backed away slowly, but the hallway lights flickered again. And in that flicker, every door was open for half a second. And I saw them. Not fully, but enough. Inside each room. Shapes. Standing. Sitting. Lying. Still. All facing inward. Not toward doors. Away from them. Like they had chosen not to leave. Or had forgotten how. The lights stabilized. Doors closed again. Everything reset. My breathing was too fast now. I turned quickly toward the stairs. I needed out. But halfway down, the intercom spoke again. This time behind me. Closer. Guest movement recorded. I stopped. Slowly turned. The speaker above room 201. But now it felt like it was speaking directly into my skull. Room assignment pending. My throat tightened. No, I whispered. But even I didn't believe that word had power here. The speaker continued. Current occupancy status, unassigned. My stomach dropped. Unassigned. That sounded worse than anything before. Because it didn't mean safe. It meant temporary. The lights flickered again. Longer this time. And when they returned, I was no longer standing in the hallway. I was standing at room 101. The same room I passed earlier. The door in front of me was slightly open. Just a crack. And from inside, a voice whispered, Soft, patient, are you here to replace us? The audio started playing before I pressed anything. That was the first wrong thing. I stared at the file on my laptop. Interview 04 dust tone, WAV. No origin tag. No timestamp metadata. Just a file that shouldn't exist in any normal archive system. But it was already running. A voice filled the room. Calm. Clear. Male. I told you, I don't remember arriving here. I froze instantly. Because I recognized the voice. It was me. My throat went dry. I didn't speak. I hadn't spoken into any recorder. But the audio continued like nothing was wrong. Try to think carefully, another voice said. This one was unfamiliar. Soft. Controlled. Almost professional. Like an interviewer. I am thinking, my voice replied in the recording. But I was sitting right here. Listening. Alive. Present. Confused. I leaned closer to the screen. The waveform was steady. Too steady. No background noise. No room tone. Just clean dialogue in a place that should have had imperfections. The interviewer spoke again. Do you remember the road? My recorded voice paused, then answered. There wasn't one after I entered. I felt a cold weight in my chest. That matched what I had seen. The shifting roads in Dust Town. The ones that changed when you stopped looking directly at them. I swallowed hard and kept listening. The interviewer continued. Do you feel observed? A long pause in the recording. Then my voice answered. Yes. My stomach tightened, because that was true. Even now, even here, the interviewer didn't react emotionally. Just continued like this was routine. Described the observer. My recorded voice hesitated, then said something that made my skin crawl. It feels like the town is listening through me. I leaned back slightly. My chair creaked, too loud in the silence. I looked around the room instinctively. Nothing, just walls. But the recording didn't stop. The interviewer spoke again. That is not correct. My voice in the recording replied immediately. What is correct? A pause. Longer this time. Then the interviewer said something that didn't feel like an answer. It is not observing you. My breath slowed. The audio shifted slightly. A faint static appeared. Then the interviewer continued. It is documenting through you. My hand tightened around the edge of the desk. Documenting through you. That phrase felt wrong in a deeper way than fear. Like grammar breaking reality. The recording continued. My voice sounded quieter now. Why can I hear the town sometimes when I close my eyes? I froze, because I had felt that too. Not sound exactly. More like pressure. Like awareness bleeding through silence. The interviewer answered. Because you are still external. My brow furrowed slightly. External. Still. That implied change was possible. Or inevitable. I leaned closer again. The audio got clearer. Like it knew I was paying attention. The interviewer continued. External subjects perceive fragmentation. My recorded voice asked something I didn't expect. Am I fragmented? A pause. Then the interviewer said, not yet stabilized. My stomach dropped slightly. Not yet. That meant there was a final state. Stabilized. Whatever that meant. The recording suddenly changed tone. Slight shift in packing. Like a different session was starting. The interviewer spoke again. Let us proceed to environmental alignment. My voice in the recording hesitated. Do I have a choice? The interviewer answered immediately. You are already participating. My breath tightened. I looked at the waveform again. Still perfect. Still clean. No sign of interference. But everything about the content felt like interference. The interviewer continued. Describe the motel. My heart skipped slightly. Motel. I hadn't mentioned that to anyone. My recorded voice answered slowly. It has locked rooms. The interviewer responded. Correct. My eyes narrowed. Correct. Like it already knew the answer. Like it was validating something preloaded. The recording continued. My voice added. The rooms are occupied but inaccessible. The interviewer paused, then said, incorrect framing. My recorded voice went silent. Then asked, what is the correct framing? The interviewer replied, they are accessible but not permitted. I felt my stomach twist. That distinction shouldn't matter. But somehow it did here. accessible but not permitted, like reality and rules were separate systems. The audio shifted again. A soft clicking sound entered, like someone adjusting notes. Then the interviewer spoke more softly. "We will now attempt memory verification." My pulse quickened. Memory verification didn't sound like an interview step. It sounded like testing ownership. The interviewer asked, "Do you remember the sheriff?" My recorded voice replied instantly, "Yes." My chest tightened. That name again. The system identity. The constructed authority. The interviewer asked, "Describe interaction." My voice paused longer this time, then answered. He speaks like he already knows my answers. I blinked slowly. That was accurate. The interviewer responded. Correct observation. My breath hitched slightly. Correct again. This wasn't conversation. It was calibration. The interviewer continued. "Do you trust your current perception?" My recorded voice hesitated, then answered, "No." A pause. Then the interviewer said something that made my stomach drop completely. "Then we are ready for transition." I leaned forward sharply. "Transition," I whispered out loud. The audio didn't acknowledge me. It continued. My recorded voice asked, "Transition to what?" The interviewer answered, "Internal assignment." My throat went dry instantly. That phrase again. Assignment. Everything in Dust Town led back to that word. The recording suddenly added a second layer of sound. Background noise. Soft. Distant. Like wind inside a closed space. But there was no wind in my room. The interviewer spoke again. "You will not retain external continuity." My recorded voice sounded confused. "What does that mean?" The interviewer answered simply, "You will stop being able to describe outside accurately." My pulse started rising. That didn't sound like memory loss. It sounded like rewriting perception itself. The audio shifted again. And then, a new voice entered. Not interviewer. Not me. A third voice. "Calm. Too calm. Subject is ready." My entire body went cold. That voice wasn't in the room. It wasn't in the recording setup. It felt like it was inside the system itself. The interviewer responded, "Begin integration." My recorded voice suddenly became louder. Almost panicked. "Wait, what is integration?" But the audio didn't answer that. Instead, something changed in the waveform. Distortion. Not noise. Structure. Like the file itself was being edited in real time. The interviewer spoke one last time. "Interview complete." A pause. Then, "Subject now documented." My breath stopped. And then, silence. The file ended. But the screen didn't go idle. A new line appeared beneath the file name. Generated automatically. Status, interview stored in active record. My fingers went numb. Because I hadn't uploaded anything. I hadn't recorded anything. And yet, something had conducted an interview using my voice. Or something that sounded exactly like it. My laptop screen flickered slightly. Once, then stabilized. But the audio file was still open. And now, there was a new button on the interface. One that hadn't been there before. Play live session. My throat tightened instantly. I didn't click it. I didn't move. But from somewhere in the room, a faint voice echoed. "Calm. Soft. familiar, continuing where the recording left off, even though nothing was playing anymore. It didn't slow down, not even a little. The train passed Millfield Station like the station wasn't real. Like I wasn't real either. I stood on the empty platform at 11:58 p.m., watching headlights cut through the fog. No announcement, no schedule, no warning. Just the sound of metal on rails that shouldn't have been active. The station clock was wrong. Not just off by minutes. It was stuck between numbers, like it couldn't decide what time it was supposed to show. 11:59, then 12:00, then 11:59 again. A loop, just like everything else here tonight. The train came into view fully now. Old model. Passenger cars lit from inside with warm yellow light. Too warm for something that late. Too alive for something that wasn't supposed to exist. I checked the schedule board again. Blank. Completely wiped. No arrivals, no departures. Just a faint stain where paper used to be. But the train was real. I could feel the vibration under my feet before it even reached the platform. A low hum. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just steady. Like it had been running for a very long time without stopping for anyone. The wind shifted behind me. Cold. Sharp. But the train didn't react to it. Nothing here reacted normally. That was the first thing I understood about Millfield Station. Everything moved on its own rules. The train didn't slow. It didn't stop. It passed the platform at full speed. But that wasn't the strange part. The strange part was what I saw inside. People, sitting, still, all of them facing forward. Not sleeping, not moving, just sitting like they had been placed there. Like passengers in a photograph that forgot how to stop being taken. I stepped forward without thinking. Too close to the edge. The air pressure changed as it passed. And for a split second, one of the windows aligned with my view. A man inside turned his head. Slow, direct, and looked right at me. Not confused, not surprised, just aware, like he had been waiting for me to notice him. My breath caught instantly. Then the train was gone. The sound faded into the distance, but something stayed behind. Silence, heavier than before. I didn't move for a few seconds. Just stood there on the empty platform, listening to nothing, because even the night sounds had changed. No insects, no distant traffic, no wind, just the station breathing in a way I didn't understand. I checked my phone. No signal. Battery dropped again. Faster this time. That wasn't normal. Nothing about this was normal. I looked down the tracks. The train should have gone toward the city. But the tracks ahead looked different, like they weren't leading anywhere anymore. They just faded into fog, not disappearing, just becoming uncertain. I frowned slightly, and then I heard it again. The train, behind me. I turned fast, too fast, and froze. Headlights, same train, same model, coming back, from the same direction it had just gone. My throat tightened. That wasn't possible. Trains don't loop like that. Not physically, not logically, but here it was, approaching again. Same speed, same lights, same silence. I stepped back instinctively. The platform felt smaller this time, like it had shrunk while I wasn't paying attention. The train entered the station. But again, It didn't slow. It passed, just like before. And again I saw inside. The same passengers, same positions, same stillness. But now I noticed something new. The man who looked at me earlier was still looking, even though this was a different pass. His head was turned exactly the same way. Locked, fixed, like motion didn't matter anymore. My stomach tightened. The train disappeared into the fog again. But this time I didn't wait. I walked quickly toward the station office. Empty. Of course it was empty. But the lights were on. That was worse. Lights on meant presence, even if no one was visible. I pushed the door open. Inside, everything looked recently used. Coffee cup on the desk. Chair slightly pulled back. Radio crackling softly with static. But no voice. Just noise pretending to be communication. I stepped closer. The logbook was open. Pages filled with entries. All written in the same handwriting. Neat. Controlled. Like one person never stopped writing. I leaned in. First entry. Midnight service active. Train passing on scheduled deviation. I frowned. Scheduled deviation. There was no schedule. Next entry. Passengers confirmed. Identity stability unknown. My pulse slowed slightly. Identity stability. That sounded wrong in a deeper way. Like people were being measured in ways they shouldn't be. I turned the page. Another entry. Train loop detected. Observation confirms repetition integrity. Repetition integrity. That phrase made my skin tighten. I looked up instinctively, through the office window, and saw it again. The train, approaching, a third time. My breathing changed instantly. No, that shouldn't happen. Even in strange places, physics had limits. But this wasn't respecting any of them. The train entered the station again. Same speed, same silence, same impossible return. I stepped closer to the window this time. I had to understand. It passed, and I saw the man again. Still turned, still watching. But now, he moved, just slightly. A blink, slow, intentional. My entire body went cold, because that meant awareness, not repetition. Awareness inside repetition. The train disappeared again, but this time I heard something new. A sound from inside the office radio. Not static. A voice breaking through it. Platform observer detected. I froze. The radio wasn't supposed to have output. Only noise. But now it spoke again. Calm. Neutral. Do not attempt communication with passengers. My throat tightened. I'm not communicating, I whispered. The radio responded instantly. Observation is interaction. My stomach dropped. That didn't make sense. Or maybe it made too much sense in a place like this. The train returned again. Fourth pass. I didn't move this time. I just watched. And I noticed something I hadn't before. The passengers weren't random. They were arranged. Same spacing. Same posture. Same orientation. Like a system had placed them carefully. And the man who looked at me. He was closest to the window now. On purpose. The train passed. And this time, he lifted his hand. Slowly. Not waving. Not signaling. Just placing it against the glass. From inside, I felt my breath stop completely. The radio crackled again. Interaction threshold exceeded. My pulse spiked. What does that mean? I asked without thinking. The radio paused, then answered. Subject may be integrated. My body went cold instantly. Integrated. That word again. I stepped back from the window. The train came again. Fifth pass. But now something was different. It didn't feel like passing anymore. It felt like circling. Like I was standing in the center of something that kept orbiting me. The man inside didn't move this time. He just stared, like he was waiting for permission. The radio spoke again. Passenger assignment pending completion. My breath shook. Assignment. Everything always came back to that. Like identity wasn't fixed. It was assigned. I backed away slowly. The office lights flickered once. Just once. And in that flicker, I saw something outside the station. Not the train. Not the tracks. Something standing beyond them. Watching. But when the light stabilized, it was gone. The radio made one final sound. A soft tone, almost like confirmation. Then spoke. New passenger confirmed. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out instinctively. One notification. No sender. Just text. Next stop, Millfield Station. I looked up slowly and heard the train again. But this time, it wasn't passing. It was stopping. The train didn't leave after it stopped. That was the first thing I realized. It just stayed there, breathing. Metal humming softly like it was deciding whether I still counted as a passenger or not. The doors didn't open. They didn't need to, because the air around me already felt like an invitation. I stood on the empty platform, staring at the train that had just announced my arrival without a voice. Next stop, Millfield Station. That message was still looping in my head, but I wasn't sure anymore if it had come from my phone or the station itself. Then I saw the office light flicker again. The station master's room. Still on. Still waiting. I didn't want to go in, but staying outside felt worse. Like the train behind me was now part of my decision-making. So I moved. Slowly. Carefully. Every step felt recorded. Not watched. Recorded. The office door was slightly open. Of course it was. Everything here was slightly open or slightly wrong. Inside, the air smelled like old paper and burnt electricity. A desk sat in the center of the room, and on it, a thick logbook. Open. Waiting. Like it had been expecting me specifically. My fingers hesitated above it for a second. Then I touched it. The pages were warm. That was the first detail that made my stomach tighten. Paper shouldn't be warm. Not unless something was still happening inside it. I flipped to the latest entry. The handwriting was neat. Almost calm. Midnight arrival recorded. Passenger integration in progress. My breath slowed. Passenger. Integration. That word again. I kept reading. Train 4 confirmed on loop schedule. All units stable. Units, not people. My chest tightened slightly. I turned the page. Another entry. Station master observation. No passengers disembark after boarding. I frowned. That didn't make sense. People get off trains. That's the whole point of stopping. But here, that rule didn't exist. I kept reading. The next entry was longer. Different tone. Slightly rushed. Correction attempt made. Doors opened manually. No exit response observed. My throat tightened. Passengers remained seated. No awareness of platform transition. I stopped for a second. No awareness. That wasn't normal. That was worse than fear. That was absence of reaction. I turned another page. My fingers felt colder now. Passenger count increasing without new arrivals. My eyes narrowed slightly. That made no sense at all. If no one disembarks and trains keep looping, then where were the passengers coming from? I swallowed and kept reading. Observation note. Some passengers appear duplicated across separate loops. My pulse rose slightly. Duplicated. That word didn't belong in reality. But it belonged here. I flipped again. Faster now. The logbook felt heavier with every page. Train identity stable. Passenger identity unstable. My stomach tightened. Identity instability again. That phrase was everywhere in this place. Like people weren't fixed anymore. Like they could shift. Or be rewritten. Another entry. This one made me stop completely. Station master reports hearing passenger voices in empty carriages. I looked up instinctively. Through the window. The train was still outside. Still motionless. Still waiting. But now, I wasn't sure it was empty. I turned back to the book. The next entry was different. Sloppier handwriting. Like it was written under pressure. Passengers are not exiting because they believe they have not arrived. My breath caught slightly. What? I read it again. Because they believe they have not arrived. That sentence twisted something inside my mind. I flipped forward quickly. Pages got newer, but more unstable. Ink darker. Pressure heavier. Arrival perception disrupted. Exit recognition removed. Platform no longer classified as endpoint. My hand tightened around the edge of the desk. This wasn't a logbook anymore. It was a breakdown. A system failing to define its own rules. I kept going. The next page had only one line. And it was underlined twice. Once boarding occurs, passenger BECOMES part of schedule. My stomach dropped instantly. Part of schedule. Not transported. Not moved. Absorbed into timing itself. I heard a faint sound outside the office. Metal shifting. Slow. Controlled. I froze. My head turned slightly toward the window. The train doors. They were open now. I didn't hear them open. But they were open. Dark interior visible. Warm light spilling onto the platform. And something inside it felt different. Not empty. Not full. Just occupied in a way I couldn't define. The logbook in my hands suddenly felt heavier. I turned back to it quickly. Last entries. Different handwriting again. This time shakier. Almost panicked. Station master note. I attempted to board to verify cycle integrity. My pulse increased. The writing continued. I did not disembark. I froze. Read it again. I did not disembark. My throat tightened. Another entry underneath it. Same handwriting. I am still writing this from inside the train. My mind stalled. No, that wasn't possible. I looked up slowly. The train outside didn't move. But now I noticed something I hadn't before. A silhouette inside the station, master's office reflection. Standing behind me. Not moving. I didn't turn immediately. My body didn't allow it. I just stared at the reflection. Slowly, carefully, and behind me, a figure stood. Uniform, station master coat, hat slightly tilted, face unclear. Not because it was dark, but because it didn't fully resolve. Like my brain refused to complete it. The figure spoke softly. "You are reading incorrectly." My breath stopped. I didn't move, didn't answer. The voice continued. "Passengers do not disappear." A pause. Then, "They relocate." My grip tightened on the logbook. I forced myself to speak. "Where?" Silence. Then the figure moved slightly. Not closer, just clearer. And said, "Into continuity." My chest tightened. Continuity didn't sound like a place. It sounded like a function. Like a process you couldn't escape once it started. The logbook in my hands suddenly flipped open by itself. Pages turning without wind. Stopping at a blank entry. Then words appeared. Slowly, as if being written while I watched. "New passenger observed." My breath shook. I looked at the reflection again. The figure was closer now. Still not fully defined, but present, unavoidable. The voice continued. "You are recorded now." I stepped back instinctively, but the office door behind me was gone. Not closed. Gone. Just replaced by the train window view. I was no longer inside the station master's office. I was standing beside the train, on the platform edge. Same place, different positioning. The logbook was still in my hands, but now it had changed again. New entry, fresh ink. Right at the bottom, passenger boarding confirmed. My breathing became shallow. The train doors were open. Still open, waiting, and from inside, I heard voices. Soft, familiar, not strangers. People I had never met but somehow recognized. They weren't speaking in sentences, just repeating one idea. "You don't leave here. You don't leave here. You don't leave here." The repetition wasn't loud, but it filled everything. Like it wasn't sound. It was agreement. I looked at the reflection again. The station master figure was gone, but the logbook in my hands felt warm again. Like something inside it had just finished updating. The final page turned slowly, and one last line appeared. As I read it, my stomach dropped completely. Current status, passenger aware but not disembarked. The train doors creaked slightly wider, and for the first time, I heard my own voice from inside the carriage. Not calling, not shouting, just calmly saying, "I think I've already boarded." The tunnel had one rule. You don't measure distance inside it, because distance doesn't exist the same way there. I realized that 30 minutes in. At first it felt normal, just a standard rail inspection mission. Old tunnel, decommissioned line, officially closed years ago. We were supposed to confirm structural stability. That's what the report said. Confirm stability, no anomalies expected. But the moment we stepped inside, the air changed. Not temperature, not humidity, something deeper. Like the concept of direction stopped fully forming. My flashlight cut through the darkness in a straight beam. At least it should have. But it didn't feel straight. It bent slightly at the edges, like the tunnel was gently guiding it somewhere I didn't choose. I remember thinking that was just fatigue. Then I looked back, and the entrance was gone. Not blocked, not collapsed, just not there. Behind us was more tunnel. Same rails. Same walls. Same silence. I stopped walking immediately. "Hey," I called out softly. My voice didn't echo properly. It just disappeared into the space like it was absorbed. The lead engineer turned. "What?" I pointed behind us. "The entrance, check it." He walked back a few steps. Stopped. Paused. Then turned again. "There's only tunnel." My stomach tightened slightly. No, it was right there. He shook his head. "Doesn't matter. GPS says we're still near entry point." I pulled out my device. No signal. Of course. But the map app was still open. And it showed a straight line. No turn. No loop. Just progress forward. I didn't like that. Because I didn't feel like we were going forward. We walked again. Slowly this time. Carefully measuring every step. Rails under our feet felt normal at first. Metal. Cold. Solid. But after a while something changed. The sound of our footsteps started repeating. Not echoing. Repeating. Like the tunnel was playing them back after delay. I stopped again. Listened. Step. 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 Then again. Step. 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 Same rhythm. Same spacing. But slightly out of sync with reality. The engineer didn't notice. Or he pretended not to. "Just a long tunnel," he muttered. "Old acoustics, nothing unusual." But I knew he didn't believe that. Because his flashlight hand was shaking slightly. We kept walking. Another 10 minutes. Then 20. Then longer. But the tunnel didn't change. No turns. No intersections. No markers. Just endless rails disappearing into darkness. That's when I first felt it. The loop. Not physical. Perceptual. Like the brain starts reusing memory to fill missing input. Because something is missing. And it doesn't want you to notice. I whispered, "We should have reached midpoint by now." The engineer didn't answer immediately. He checked his watch. Frowned. Time is normal. That was the problem. Time was normal. But everything inside it was. We kept walking. Then I saw something ahead. A shape. My heart tightened instantly. "Stop," I said quickly. The engineer froze. "What is it?" I pointed forward. A silhouette. Standing in the tunnel. Still. Facing us. We raised our flashlights together. The beam hit it. And I felt my stomach drop. It was us. Two figures. Standing in the exact same posture. Flashlights raised. Looking back at us. The engineer swore under his breath. "That's impossible." But I didn't answer. Because my throat had gone dry. The figures didn't move. Didn't react. Just stood there like a mirror that forgot which side it belonged to. Then, they lowered their flashlights. We hadn't moved yet. But they did. The engineer took a step forward. Okay, reflection, angle distortion. But I grabbed his arm. "No, don't move closer." He hesitated, then nodded slowly. We backed away instead. The figure stayed still. Watching. We turned. Walked quickly the other direction. Back toward where we came from. Or where we thought we came from. 10 minutes later, we saw it again. Same figures. Same posture. Same flashlights. But this time, they were closer. The engineer stopped completely. "All right, no, that's not right." I felt something cold move through my chest, because I knew what I was thinking. This wasn't a tunnel, not in the normal sense. We weren't moving through space. We were moving through repetition. We walked again, faster now, breathing heavier, but every time we turned, they were there, always ahead, always waiting, always slightly closer than before, until finally, we stopped completely. No more walking, no more pretending, just silence. The engineer looked at me. This is looping. I nodded slowly. I think it always was. We turned off our flashlights, just for a second, and in that darkness, we heard something. Footsteps. Behind us, but not ours. Slow, measured, approaching. The engineer raised his light again instantly. Nothing behind us, just tunnel. But now, the figures were gone from ahead. I felt my pulse spike. They moved, I whispered. The engineer swallowed hard. No, we moved. That's when I realized something worse. We weren't the only ones adjusting. The tunnel was too. We started walking again. This time more carefully, more quietly, listening to everything. Every sound now felt delayed, like reality was buffering. Then I noticed something on the wall. A mark, fresh paint, red, an arrow, pointing forward. The engineer sighed slightly in relief. Finally, markings. We followed it. 10 steps later, another arrow. Same direction, same paint, but slightly different shape. We followed again, then another, until I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. The arrows were not guiding us forward. They were guiding us in a circle. We had passed the same mark twice, but I hadn't seen the repetition until I expected it. The engineer noticed too. Wait, we already. And stopped, because ahead of us, the tunnel opened slightly wider. And in that wider space, we saw ourselves again, standing, watching, but this time, one of them raised its hand and waved, slowly, like it recognized us. The engineer backed away immediately. No. I felt my breath tighten, because that wave wasn't random. It was acknowledgement. We had become part of their cycle, and they were still inside it. The tunnel suddenly felt smaller, not physically, conceptually, like space was folding inward. We turned around again, ran this time. No more observing, no more testing, just escape. But the tunnel didn't change. It stayed the same. Always. Endless rails, endless darkness, endless return. After a while, we stopped running, because running didn't change distance. It only changed panic. The engineer leaned against the wall, breathing hard. We're not getting out. I didn't answer immediately, because I was watching something else. The tunnel ahead. Slow movement. Shapes forming again. But not us this time. Something new. More of us. Multiple versions. Different positions. Different moments. Like the tunnel was collecting copies instead of letting us leave. The engineer whispered, "What is this place?" I looked at the repeating figures and realized something I didn't want to say. It's not a tunnel. He looked at me, confused. What then? I swallowed. It's a loop that learned observation. Silence. Then the lights in my helmet flickered. Once, and when they stabilized, the engineer wasn't beside me anymore. Just empty tunnel. But ahead, one figure stood alone, waiting, and when it turned its head slowly, I saw my own face looking back at me. Not angry, not scared, just tired, like it had already accepted what I hadn't yet understood. And in that moment, the tunnel stopped feeling like a place and started feeling like a decision I had already made somewhere else. Then the light went out again. The platform wasn't empty. That was the first lie the station told me. It only looked empty when you didn't pay attention long enough. But if you stayed still and let your eyes adjust, you saw them, standing in silence, waiting, not moving, not blinking, just positioned like they had been placed there by something that forgot to finish the job. I arrived just before midnight. That was the report time. Observe platform 3 during inactive cycle window. No train scheduled. No arrivals. No departures. Just observation. Simple assignment. That's what they told me. But the moment I stepped onto the platform, I felt it. The air wasn't still. It was waiting too. Like it had learned the behavior of passengers and started copying it. I checked my radio. Static. Checked my watch. Normal. Checked the platform. Not normal. Because they were there. 3 figures at first. Then 5. Then more. All standing at equal distance from each other. All facing the tracks. Like something was coming. I walked slowly along the edge of the platform. My flashlight beam passed over them. No reaction. No movement. But something about them felt wrong. Not dead. Not alive. Just paused. Like they were waiting for a cue that never arrived. I whispered into my recorder. Platform occupied. Unknown subjects. No visible entry points. My voice sounded too loud. It bounced back at me wrong. Delayed. Slightly out of sync. I turned toward the first figure. A man. Maybe. Hard to tell. He wore a coat that looked too clean for this place. No dust. No wear. Like he had just stepped into waiting and forgot to step out of it. I walked closer. Sir, I called softly. No response. I raised my hand slightly. No reaction. Then I noticed something. His eyes were open, but not focused, not blind, just fixed on something that wasn't here. I stepped back, checked the next figure. A woman. Same posture, same stillness, but her hands were gripping a small bag, like she had been holding it for a long time, long enough to forget why. I frowned. Hello. Nothing. Then I made a mistake. I looked down the track and saw the tunnel. Dark, empty, silent, and for a moment, I forgot to check the platform again. That's when I heard it. A faint sound. Metal shifting. Far away. Like wheels touching rails. I froze. Turned back quickly. The figures were still there. But now, they were slightly closer to the edge. Not walking. Not moving. Just repositioned. Like time had skipped them forward without permission. My throat tightened. I checked my recorder again. Still running, but now it had a faint sound in it. A low hum, like distant announcements. I played it back. Static at first, then a voice. Calm, too calm. Train arriving. Please prepare for boarding. My stomach dropped slightly. I looked at the tracks again. Nothing there. No lights. No sound. But the figures had shifted again. All of them now facing slightly toward me. Not the tracks. Me. I stepped back instinctively. Okay, no train, I muttered. No system response, just malfunction. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. Because I felt it. That pressure, like something large was approaching, but hadn't decided how to appear yet. Then I saw something that made my breath stop. On the far end of the platform, another figure. But this one was different. It wasn't still. It was moving. Slowly. Walking toward the others. Joining them. Taking its place. Like it had just arrived from somewhere I couldn't see. I raised my flashlight. Hey, I shouted. The beam hit it directly. And I froze. Because I recognized it. It was me. Same uniform. Same posture. Same expression. Except, I wasn't standing there. I was here. Watching it happen. My mind tried to reject it immediately. Impossible. Wrong angle. Reflection distortion. Something explainable. But none of those thoughts fixed the feeling in my chest. Because the other me stopped. Turned slightly. And looked directly at me. Not confused. Not shocked. Just aware. Like it had been waiting for me to notice. Then it turned away. And stood still with the others. One more waiting figure added to the platform. I stumbled back slightly. My radio crackled again. This time clearer. Platform occupancy increased. Schedule update pending. I swallowed hard. Who is speaking? I asked. No answer. Just the hum of distant rails again. Louder this time. Closer. The figures didn't move. But I noticed something new. Their heads tilted slightly. All at once. Toward the track. Like something was finally arriving. I turned slowly. And I saw it. The tunnel light. Faint. Far away. Approaching. A train. But not like normal trains. No sound of acceleration. No warning horn. Just presence. Sliding into reality without announcing itself. I stepped back instinctively. No scheduled arrival, I whispered. But the platform lights flickered. Once. Twice. And all the figures on the platform shifted slightly forward. Not walking. Not stepping. Just leaning. Like gravity had changed its mind. The train emerged from the tunnel. Slow. Silent. Too smooth. It didn't stop like normal trains. It just arrived. Already present. Doors opening before it fully reached the platform edge. And that's when I understood the rule. They weren't waiting for a train. The train was waiting for them. The door stayed open. No sound. No announcement. Just invitation. One by one. The figures began to move. Not rushing. Not panicking. Just calmly stepping forward. Like they had rehearsed this for a very long time. I shouted stop. But my voice didn't carry. It dissolved halfway. Like the platform refused interruption. The figures entered the train. Each one disappearing into the interior light. No resistance. No hesitation. Like this moment had already happened before. Then I saw the woman with the bag. She paused before entering. Turned slightly. Looked at me. And for the first time, I saw emotion. Not fear. Not sadness. Recognition. Like she knew I was next. Then she stepped inside, and the door stayed open. Waiting. I backed away slowly. No, I whispered, I'm not part of this. But the platform lights dimmed, and my radio spoke again. This time not static, not announcement, just a simple statement. Final passenger pending. I looked down the platform. The waiting figures were gone now, except one. Me, still standing at the far end. Waiting, still watching the train, still not moving. My breath stopped completely, because I realized something worse than duplication. The platform wasn't collecting people. It was organizing them. And I was already listed. The train doors remained open. Patient, final, inviting. And from inside, I heard my own voice again. Soft, calm, saying the same thing I never remembered agreeing to. Boarding complete almost. The page was already open when I reached it. I swear I didn't open it. It was just there, waiting, like it knew I would eventually look. The logbook sat on the station master's desk again, but the room wasn't the same anymore. It felt smaller, like the walls had leaned in closer while I wasn't paying attention. The air smelled like warm metal and old breath. And the silence felt final, not empty, final. I looked down at the page, and I stopped breathing. One line, only one. Fresh ink, still slightly wet. Train 9 has taken the entire town with it. My mind refused it at first, like it was a sentence written in the wrong language. I read it again, slower, still the same, still real. My fingers tightened around the edge of the desk. No, I whispered, that's not possible. But even as I said it, I knew something had changed. The station outside wasn't the same station anymore. I turned toward the window and froze. The platform was still there, but it wasn't empty. It was full, not with people standing, with people paused, frozen in positions mid-action. A man stepping forward, a woman turning her head, a child holding a small bag, all of them motionless, like time had stopped in the middle of their decision to leave. My throat tightened. This is not real, I said quietly, but my voice didn't feel confident. It felt borrowed. The logbook creaked slightly under my hand. Another line appeared beneath the first one, as if the page was continuing the thought without me. Evacuation not recorded because exit condition, no longer EXISTS. I stepped back from the desk. The chair behind me was gone. I didn't remember it leaving, but it was gone. The room felt tighter again, closer, like it was shrinking every time I understood something. I turned back to the window, and that's when I saw it. The train, Train 9, not like the others. This one wasn't waiting. It was finished waiting. It stood at the platform like it had already completed its purpose. Doors open, light inside steady. No flicker, no hesitation, just acceptance. And inside it, I saw movement. Slow, organized, not chaos. Collection, people entering, not running, not resisting, just going, like something inside them had already agreed before their bodies caught up. My pulse rose sharply. This is the departure record, I whispered. But even that felt wrong, because nothing was leaving. It was all being taken. The logbook turned a page by itself. Slow, deliberate, like a hand I couldn't see was finishing its report. And a new entry formed. Not handwritten this time. Printed. Clean. Perfect. Train 9 completion event in progress. I backed away slowly. No, I'm not part of this. But the station didn't respond. It never did when I spoke like that. Only when I understood. The platform outside shifted. That's the only way I can describe it. Not movement. Shift. Like reality adjusted its posture. And suddenly, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Every frozen person on the platform was now facing the train. All of them. Perfect alignment. No randomness. No hesitation. Like they had always been arranged that way. Just waiting for permission to become active again. My breathing became shallow. And then I heard it. A sound I hadn't heard before. Not announcement. Not engine. Memory. Like the train was replaying something that already happened. A faint overlapping of voices. Not speaking. Confirming. One phrase repeating under everything else. You were already scheduled. I shook my head. No, I was. But even as I said it, I felt something in my chest tighten. Like a line had been drawn through my timeline. And I had only just noticed it. The logbook flipped again. Faster this time. Pages moving without permission. Stopping at the final section. A section I didn't remember existing. It was titled, Complete Record of Final Boarding. My fingers hovered above it. I didn't want to read it. But I did. Because that's what you do when the truth refuses to stop existing. First entry. Town population indexed. Second. Passenger classification complete. Third. Station integrated into transport cycle. I stopped. Swallowed hard. This is the town. My voice cracked slightly. The words didn't answer. They didn't need to. Because outside the window, I finally saw it clearly. The frozen platform wasn't just a platform. It was a moment suspended. A snapshot of an entire place caught mid-transition. And Train 9 was not arriving. It was collecting. The logbook continued. Next line. Non-departure condition confirmed. No return vector exists. My stomach dropped. No return. Then I saw it. At the far edge of the platform. A figure standing apart from the rest. Moving. Slowly. Walking toward the train. And I recognized it immediately. Myself. Again. But this time. Different. Not observing. Not confused. Just compliant. Like something had already explained everything to it. I pressed my hand against the glass. No, I whispered, that's not me. But it didn't look up. It didn't hesitate. It just stepped inside Train 9. And the doors closed behind it. No sound. No resistance. Just completion. The logbook went still. For the first time, everything stopped moving. Even the pages. Even the air. Even the thought in my head. Then the final line appeared. Slowly, like it had been waiting for the exact right moment. All subjects accounted for. My chest tightened violently. No, I'm still here. I said it out loud. But the room didn't agree. The reflection in the window didn't match me anymore. It was already seated. Inside the train. Looking back at the station. Waiting for me to understand what came next. A soft vibration moved through the floor. Not sound. Permission. The logbook closed itself. Gently, like a file being archived. And behind me, the door to the station master's office was gone again. Not locked. Removed. The window now showed only one thing. Train 9. Doors open. Waiting. And inside it, rows of people sitting calmly, facing forward, perfectly still, like they had always been there. My breath shook, because I finally understood the last rule. The town didn't disappear. It just stopped being outside the train. The announcement system crackled one final time. Not loud, not urgent, just final. Final departure complete. The train doors remained open. For me, and from somewhere inside the carriage, I heard my own voice again. Not panicked, not confused, just softly saying, I think I was always on my way here. The water didn't dry up. It backed away, like something underneath had started breathing again. I stood at the edge of the cracked shoreline, watching the lake pull itself inward in slow motion. No storms, no warning. Just silence and retreat, and something underneath it finally showing its face. Rooftops. That was the first thing I saw. Jagged lines breaking the surface where there should have been nothing but water. At first, I thought it was debris. Old wood, flood remains, nothing unusual. But the longer I stared, the more wrong it felt. Because rooftops don't float in patterns like that. They form grids. They form streets. And this was a town. A town that should not exist under this lake. My radio crackled behind me. Field team, confirm visual report. I didn't answer immediately. My throat felt tight, like the air had thickened around my words. Then I said it anyway. Structures visible, not natural debris. It looks like buildings. A pause. Then the reply. Impossible. That area was submerged before mapping records. I looked down again. The lake kept lowering. Not fast. Not dramatic. Just steady retreat. Like it had been holding its breath for a very long time. And now it was letting go. More rooftops appeared. Then chimneys. Then broken walls. And finally, streets. My chest tightened slightly. Because streets don't belong underwater unless something decided they should disappear. I stepped closer to the edge. Mud cracked under my boots. Dry, fresh, wrong. The ground here wasn't just exposed. It was revealed, like a secret uncovered too early. I activated my camera, zoomed in. The structures weren't random. They were organized. A grid layout, old architecture, small town design. But something about it made my stomach uneasy. It wasn't just abandoned. It felt paused, like the moment it disappeared had never finished. A sudden movement caught my eye. I froze. A window. On one of the exposed rooftops. Something behind it. Not clear. Just a silhouette. Standing still. Watching upward. Watching us. My breath slowed without permission. I adjusted the zoom again. The figure didn't move. Didn't react. Just stayed there. Like it had been waiting a very long time for the water to leave. Did you see that? I whispered into the radio. No immediate response. Then, negative visual confirmation from our side. You're probably seeing debris patterns. I frowned. No, it's a person. Silence. Then the reply came softer. Repeat. I looked again. The window was still there. The silhouette was still there. But now, it was closer to the glass. Not moving, just closer. Like distance meant nothing inside that place. My throat tightened because I realized something important. The water wasn't just revealing a town. It was revealing activity. I stepped down carefully onto the exposed ground. Each step felt like walking into something that hadn't been walked on in a long time. The mud was soft, too soft, like it remembered being liquid. The air changed as I moved forward. Drier, heavier, more still. Behind me, the lake kept retreating. But ahead, the town kept rising. Street signs began to appear. Bent, corroded, barely readable, but still there. I walked deeper, and that's when I heard it. A sound, faint, metal dragging, like something heavy shifting inside the earth. I stopped immediately, listened. Nothing else, just silence again. Then, a second sound, footsteps, but not mine. I turned sharply. Nothing behind me, only exposed rooftops and empty streets. Still, I felt it. Not watched, acknowledged. I continued forward slowly, trying to convince myself it was just structural collapse. Old town movement. Normal explanations for abnormal things. But the deeper I went, the less normal anything felt. The streets weren't just exposed. They were intact. Too intact. No flood damage where there should have been collapse. No erosion where there should have been decay. It was like the water had preserved the town instead of destroying it, as if it had been protecting something. I reached the first building. A small house. Paint faded but still visible. Blue. Almost childlike. I stepped inside through what used to be a window. The moment I entered, the temperature dropped. Not cold. Stagnant. Like air that hadn't moved in years. Dust floated in slow patterns. Too slow. Like time itself was reluctant here. I swept my flashlight across the room. Furniture remained. Table, chairs, pictures on the wall. Still hanging, still facing forward. I walked closer. One photo caught my attention. A family, standing in front of this same house. Smiling, normal, but something about their eyes felt off. Not emotionless, not dead, just aware of something behind the camera. Something they didn't want to acknowledge. My radio crackled again. Status update. I hesitated, then answered. Town structure confirmed. House is intact. No signs of collapse. This doesn't look submerged for decades. It looks preserved. Another pause. Longer this time. Then, leave the area. I frowned. What? Leave the area immediately. The tone wasn't procedural anymore. It was controlled. Careful. Like someone was trying not to say too much. I turned slightly toward the doorway. And froze. Because the street outside was no longer empty. Figures stood there, motionless, facing inward, toward the house I was in. Not moving, just watching, waiting. My pulse jumped. I backed away slowly. Copy that, I whispered into the radio, exiting structure now. But when I turned back toward the window, one of the figures had moved closer. Not fast, not sudden, just closer than before. I swallowed hard, stepped outside carefully. The moment I did, The air felt heavier, like the town had accepted my presence, not as a visitor, but as part of the pattern. I looked around. More figures now, not just one street. Every visible street, every rooftop, every doorway, all occupied, all still, all watching. I raised my flashlight slowly. The beam revealed faces, not clear enough to identify, but clear enough to feel. They weren't afraid of me. They were expecting me. My radio crackled again, but this time the voice wasn't my operator. It was softer, calmer, familiar in a way I couldn't explain. Do not attempt to leave through waterline. I froze. Who is this? I asked. No answer, only static. Then a second voice joined it, overlapping, like multiple recordings playing at once. Surface retraction is complete. My breathing quickened. What does that mean? I said louder. Silence. Then the water behind me shifted slightly. Not flowing, receding faster now, like it had reached the final stage of withdrawal. I turned and saw it. The lake wasn't just lowering anymore. It was disappearing, pulling itself completely away from the town, leaving it exposed, fully, completely, as if it had been waiting for this exact moment. A final line came through the radio. Clear, final, the town is now accessible. I looked back at the street and realized the figures weren't watching me anymore. They were watching the shoreline, where the water used to be, like they were waiting for something to arrive or return. My flashlight flickered once, and in that brief darkness, I saw movement in the distance. At the center of the town, something rising, slowly, like it had been sleeping under everything else. And the moment I saw it, I understood the truth I didn't want to accept. The water wasn't hiding the town. It was holding it down. And now that it was gone, the town could finally remember it was awake. The radio went silent, completely, and for the first time since I arrived, I heard the town breathe. The bell didn't belong underwater. That was the first thing I told myself when I heard it through the dive mask. A clear, sharp ring, like metal being struck in a quiet hallway. But I was 30 feet below a dead lake where nothing should sound that clean. I froze mid-descent. The rope above me swayed slightly and my breathing echoed inside my helmet. Slow, loud, too loud. Then the bell rang again. Once, then again. My light cut through the green water, shaking slightly as I turned. Silt floated like dust in air, except this wasn't air. This was something heavier, something older. The dive team above had called this place safe exploration. Just ruins, just submerged structures from an old flood basin. No one mentioned a school, but I saw it now. Shapes below the waterline, straight lines where there should have been randomness, a building holding its breath under the lake. And above it, the bell rang again. My chest tightened. I told myself it was pressure, depth tricks, equipment echo, anything normal, anything safe. But then I saw the flag. A faded school flag, pinned under a broken window frame. It moved slightly in the water. Not drifting, moving, like something inside the building had brushed against it. I shouldn't have gone closer, but I did. The school grew out of the lake floor like a memory that refused to die. Walls cracked open, windows empty, staircases disappearing into black water. And the bell kept ringing. Not randomly, rhythmically, like attendance. I checked my line. It was still tight, still connected to the surface. I tapped my communicator. Base, I'm seeing structure below the marked zone. This isn't in the survey logs. Only static answered. That was the second thing that felt wrong. I tried again. Base, do you read me? Nothing. But the bell rang louder this time. Closer. I moved forward. My flashlight beam slid through a broken corridor. Desks floated slightly above the floor, stuck in place like they had been frozen mid-collapse. A chalkboard hung crooked, words still faintly visible under algae. And then I saw writing that didn't belong there. Names, written over and over. Not in chalk. Scratched. Deeper. Like something had pressed fingers into the surface instead of using a hand. I felt my stomach tighten. One name repeated more than the others. Mine. I stopped breathing for a second. That's when the bell stopped. Silence underwater is not real silence. There is always sound. Water moving, gear clicking, your own fear. But this was different. This was absence. Like the lake itself had paused. Then a voice came through my helmet speaker. Soft. Close. Attendance. I jerked back so fast I hit the wall behind me. My light swung wildly. The voice didn't repeat. It didn't need to. It stayed in my head. Attendance. I told myself it had to be comms interference. Someone upstream messing with frequencies, old cables, faulty equipment. But no one above was responding. And the school was still there. Waiting. I drifted through a hallway. My fins brushed something soft on the floor. I looked down. Books. Hundreds of them. Open. Pages swollen and warped but still readable in patches. I saw drawings. Children's drawings. But wrong ones. Faces without eyes. Rooms that bent inward. A sun drawn beneath a building instead of above it. And in every drawing, the same bell tower stood in the background, even when it shouldn't have fit the scene. The bell rang again. I didn't hear it this time. I felt it. In my teeth. In my ribs. Like something had struck inside my chest, instead of above my head. I tried to turn back. That's when I realized I didn't know which direction was back. The rope line was gone. Not snapped. Not loose. Gone. Like it had never been attached. My breathing got faster. The regulator hiss sounded wrong now. Too sharp, too close. I spun slowly in the water, trying to orient myself, and saw a shadow at the end of the corridor. Still, human-shaped, standing in a doorway. I froze. It didn't move. Didn't drift. Just waited. I raised my light. The beam hit the figure. It was a student, or what looked like one. School uniform, backpack still strapped on, hair floating slightly around the head. But the face was wrong. Too smooth in some places, too detailed in others, like someone had tried to redraw it from memory and failed. Its mouth opened. No bubbles came out. Only sound. Attendance. My hands shook. I tried to back away, but the corridor behind me was no longer empty. More figures stood there now. Not rushing. Not attacking. Just filling space. Waiting. Like they had always been there. Like I had just arrived late. The bell rang again. And this time, I understood something I didn't want to understand. It wasn't above me. It was inside the building. Inside the structure. Inside the school itself. The water around me felt colder. Not physically. Emotionally. Like something had noticed me properly for the first time. The figure started moving. Slow. Not walking. Gliding. all in the same direction, deeper into the school, away from me, towards something I couldn't see yet. I should have left. I know that. Every survival instinct I was screaming at me to turn around and escape upward. But I followed them, not because I wanted to, because I realized something terrifying. I already knew the way. The hallway changed as I moved deeper. Walls became cleaner, less broken, less abandoned. That was the first real impossibility. Things don't restore themselves underwater. But here they did. Like the building was remembering what it used to be. The bell rang again, now softer, almost gentle, like a teacher calling students back to order. I passed classroom doors. Some were open. Inside, desks were arranged perfectly. Neat. Occupied. But no one moved. Only faces turned slightly toward me as I passed. Watching. Not angry. Not curious. Just aware. Like I was the one breaking the rule by not sitting down. I stopped at one door. Inside there was a chalkboard and a list of names written across it. Long lists, neatly organized. Attendance sheets. I saw mine again, written multiple times. Different handwriting, different eras, different depths of ink, like it had been added over years. Maybe decades, maybe longer. My hand touched the glass. It felt warm. That shouldn't have been possible. Something behind me shifted. I turned slowly. A teacher stood at the front of the room. I didn't see it arrive. It was just there, wearing something like a suit, but blurred at the edges, like my eyes couldn't focus on it properly. Its face was mostly shadow, but its presence felt heavier than the others. It looked at me and spoke without raising its voice. "You're late." My throat tightened. I tried to speak, but nothing came out. The teacher tilted its head slightly, and the bell rang again. So close this time, I thought it was inside my helmet. The teacher raised a hand, pointed toward an empty desk. At the back of the classroom, my name was written on it. Fresh, like it had been waiting for me specifically. I stepped back, but the room behind me was no longer the corridor. It was another classroom. Another door had closed behind me. The school was rearranging itself, slowly, carefully, like a system correcting an error. I realized then what the divers above would never understand. This wasn't a submerged ruin. It was still active, still operating, still running attendance. The bell rang one final time, and every figure in every room turned their heads toward me, in perfect unison, waiting for me to sit down. The bags were already open when I found them, floating near the broken courthouse steps, caught between weeds and silence, like the river had been trying to return them. But it didn't know where. I pulled one closer. Thick plastic, military-grade sealing, the kind used for evidence storage. Except there were too many of them. Dozens, maybe hundreds, stacked in the water like someone had dumped an entire legal system into the river and walked away. My glove slipped slightly as I grabbed one. The label was faded, but still readable. Case 44B. Black Hollow Trials. Status unresolved. My stomach tightened at the name. Black Hollow wasn't on any modern map. At least not officially. But I had heard it before. In fragments, in missing reports, in people who stopped talking mid-sentence when you asked too many questions. I pulled the bag up slowly. The water dripped off it like it didn't want to let go. Inside were papers. Neat, organized, too clean for something that had been underwater. That was the first wrong thing. Water destroys ink. It should have been unreadable. But I could see every word, every line, every signature. I opened the first file, and my breath caught. It was a court transcript. Not old, not archived. Fresh formatting, modern font, recent dates. But the case, the defendant was listed as a man who had died 15 years ago. Officially, I turned the page. Witness statement. The witness was listed as me. My full name, my address, my identification number. My hands went cold. I stepped back instinctively, the water swirling around my boots. That was not possible. I had never been a witness in anything like this. I told myself it was coincidence. Another person with the same name, data corruption, bureau mix-up. But then I saw the signature. Mine. Same curve. Same hesitation in the final letter. A signature I only ever used on official documents. My throat went dry. And then I noticed something worse. The statement itself. It wasn't describing a crime I had seen. It was describing something I had not experienced yet. A future event. A trial that hadn't happened. A sentence that hadn't been passed, but already recorded. I closed the file quickly. Too quickly. The bag shifted in my grip. Inside, something moved. Not paper. Something heavier. Like the stack itself had adjusted to my reaction. I froze. Slowly opened it again. The next document was a photograph. A courtroom. Empty benches. A judge sitting alone. And behind the judge, a wall that looked like water. Not behind glass. Behind reality. Like the room itself was submerged. I felt a pressure in my ears. Like depth, even though I was standing in shallow river water. I turned another page. Case notes. Another name appeared. Then another. Then another. Every name I recognized from missing persons reports. People who had never been found. People whose cases had been closed due to insufficient evidence. But here they weren't missing. They were listed as participants. Witnesses. Defendants. Jurors. The court was not trying them. It was using them. I dropped the file slightly. And that's when I saw movement in the water. More bags were shifting, slowly sliding across the riverbed toward me. Not drifting, moving with intent, like they were aware I had opened one. I stepped back again, heart pounding now. The river felt wrong under my feet. Too still, too aware. I heard a sound behind me, a soft paper rustle. I turned fast. Nothing there. Only the courthouse, ruins above the waterline. Half-collapsed stone steps. Broken pillars. But now I noticed something I hadn't before. The courthouse doors were intact. Perfectly intact. Dry. That was impossible. The river should have submerged everything up to the second floor. But the door stood above water like the building refused to obey physics. I swallowed hard, then looked back at the bag. Inside, the documents had changed. New pages. New case. Case 1A. Black Hollow versus unknown entity. My name was not in it this time, but something else was. A phrase repeated across every page. The court continues underwater. I didn't notice when the water rose. Not physically, but around me. The sound changed first. Duller, heavier, like I was sinking without moving. The river stopped behaving like a river. It started behaving like a room. I stepped backward instinctively, but my boot didn't hit riverbed. It hit tile, smooth tile, cold tile. My breath caught. I looked down. The water was gone beneath me, replaced by a courtroom floor. Polished wood benches surrounded me, rows of them, extending farther than they should. The river was still there above, visible through cracks in the ceiling like a suspended sky. But I was inside something else now, something layered under reality. A courtroom that had been built beneath the river. Or maybe the river had been built above it. I don't know which thought was worse. A bell sounded. Not loud. Controlled. Formal. Like proceedings beginning. From somewhere unseen, a voice spoke. All rise. My body didn't move, but the benches around me creaked. Empty seats began filling. Not with people arriving, but with presence forming. Shapes becoming defined as I looked at them. Faces emerging from nothing. I stepped back instinctively. My heel hit something behind me. Another plastic bag. I hadn't seen it there. This one was open already. Inside was a single document. Stamped final verdict pending, observer confirmation. My heart pounded so hard, I could hear it over everything else. Observer. I looked up and saw it. The judge was no longer alone. It was looking directly at me, except its face wasn't fully visible. It shifted constantly, like it couldn't decide what form to hold. But its eyes stayed fixed, focused, recognizing, like it had been waiting for me specifically. The voice spoke again. Witness identified. I tried to move. My legs wouldn't respond properly. Like the floor had decided I was already seated, already part of the system. The judge raised a hand slightly, and the river above the ceiling rippled, like it was responding, like it was listening. The bags on the floor began opening on their own, pages turning without wind, names being highlighted without ink. My name appeared again, not as witness, not as defendant, but as jurisdiction. My vision blurred for a moment, and I felt something I didn't want to understand. This place wasn't holding trials. It was assigning reality, deciding what things were allowed to exist outside its rules. And I had just been classified. The judge leaned forward slightly. The voice softened, almost human now. Do you understand the case? I wanted to say no, but my mouth wouldn't form the words properly, because part of me already understood. Black Hollow wasn't a place that disappeared. It was a place that was still being judged, still being processed, still unresolved. And every document I touched was updating the verdict. The floor beneath me shifted slightly, like something deeper was moving. Under the courtroom, under the river, under everything. A final page slid toward my feet. I looked down without wanting to, and saw one last line written across it. Case status, transferring to next witness. The bell rang again, and this time I realized something horrifying. It wasn't signaling the start of a trial. It was signaling the end of mine. It wasn't the dam that drowned the town. That was the first line, and I only understood it when I saw the aerial maps. They weren't supposed to exist, but they did. Spread across the table in the archive room, wet corners curling slightly like they had been pulled from somewhere they didn't belong. The paper smelled wrong, not old, not new, just stored. Like it had been waiting for me. The first map showed the valley before the dam. Normal terrain, roads, a river, a small town marked clearly in the center. Black Hollow. But the second map made my chest tighten. Same valley, same river, no dam, but the water line was already there. Not planned, not controlled, already covering half the town. I leaned closer. My flashlight shook slightly in my hand. The official record said the dam was built in year 0 of the project. But this map was dated 3 years before that. And Black Hollow was already underwater. That was impossible. I told myself it was a printing error, wrong labeling, misfiled geological survey. But then I saw the third map, and my stomach dropped. It wasn't a map anymore. It was a photograph, a satellite image, clear enough that I could see rooftops under the water, entire streets submerged. But what made my breathing stop wasn't the water. It was the fact that people were still outside, walking on roads that should have been underwater, not floating, not drowning, just continuing, like the water wasn't real to them. I stepped back from the table. The chair scraped behind me, too loud in the quiet room. I checked the archive log again. Everything about Black Hollow was marked as relocated prior to flooding. Standard procedure. No casualties. No evacuation anomalies. Clean history. But the images didn't match the record. I turned another page and froze. There was a handwritten note in the margin. No official stamp. No author name. Just a single sentence. The town did not sink. The world rose around it. My mouth went dry. I read it again. Slower. Like that would make it normal. It didn't. Behind me, the archive lights flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. But something in the room felt different after that. Heavier, like I was no longer alone with paper. I turned slowly. Nothing, just rows of shelves. Tall, endless, full of sealed records. But the silence felt watched. I went back to the maps, trying to stay logical, trying to stay grounded. But the next file wasn't a map. It was a timeline report. And the first line made my hands go cold. Hydrological rise detected before structural approval of dam project. I stared at it. Read it again. Slowly. Hydrological rise before construction. That meant the water came first. Not the dam. Not the flood. The water was already there. Waiting. The report continued. Community infrastructure recorded as submerged prior to settlement establishment. My brain stalled on that sentence. Prior to settlement establishment, meaning Black Hollow was documented as underwater before it officially existed. That wasn't just wrong. That was impossible in every direction. I flipped the page fast now, my breathing louder, faster. Another entry. Population continuity, confirmed through submersion cycle overlap. I stopped. What cycle? I turned another page. But the next page wasn't text. It was a list of names. Hundreds of them. All marked with dates. But the dates didn't move forward. They repeated. The same year. Over and over. Like time wasn't progressing. It was looping. And every loop ended with the same word. Submerged. My chest tightened. I tried to make sense of it. Scientific logic. Geological explanation. Anything. But the file refused explanation. It only expanded the confusion. Then I noticed something worse. The names on the list weren't just residents. They included engineers, surveyors, dam planners, people responsible for the project itself, all marked as submerged. Before construction even began, a sound echoed faintly through the archive. Drip. I froze. Another drip. Close. Too close. I turned off my flashlight instinctively. Silence swallowed the room again. But the darkness didn't feel empty. It felt occupied. I waited. Listened. Then I saw it. A reflection on the glass cabinet in front of me. Water. Not outside. Inside. Slowly rising along the shelves. Covering lower files. Moving upward like gravity had changed direction. My breath stopped. I stepped back. The water didn't follow me. It didn't need to. It was already everywhere. Just delayed. Like it was catching up. The archive lights flickered again. And in that flicker, I saw something between the shelves. A shape. Standing still. Half obscured by rows of documents. It didn't move. But I felt it notice me. I turned away fast. My heart slammed in my chest. I needed out. Now. But the exit door didn't look like I remembered. It was further away. Longer hallway than before. Too long. The building had changed behind me. Or I had. I walked quickly. Then faster. Then almost running. The floor beneath me felt damp now. Not wet. Damp. Like moisture was rising through the concrete. Behind me a sound. Soft. Paper shifting. Pages turning. But I didn't stop. I reached the door and pulled. Locked. I pulled again. Harder. Nothing. Then I heard it. From behind me. A voice. Calm. Close. You are reading it in the wrong order. I turned slowly. The shape was closer now. Not fully human. Not fully anything. Just a suggestion of presence, standing between shelves that now seemed taller than before. The waterline had risen to mid-shelf height. Files floating slightly inside sealed cases. The voice spoke again. The town did not sink. A pause. Then softer. It was already below you. My throat tightened. What does that mean? I asked. My voice sounded too small in the archive. The figure tilted slightly, like it was considering whether I was ready for the answer. Then it said, "You think the dam held the water back." Another pause, but it was built to hold something else in place. The water behind the glass rose again. Slow, steady, like it was listening too. I stepped back from the door. My mind tried to reject it, but the files were still in my hands, still proving it. Black Hollow wasn't drowned. It was layered under reality, buried in sequence, rewritten by pressure. The figure moved one step closer. Not walking, arriving. "You are standing in the first record," it said. My stomach dropped. "First record of what?" I whispered. The water hit the bottom of the door, seeping through cracks now, cold creeping into the room. The figure's voice lowered. "Of everything that comes after." A loud metallic creak echoed somewhere deep in the building, like something large shifting under pressure. The archive lights flickered again, and for a split second I saw it clearly. Not a building, not a room, but a structure underwater, and above it another layer of land. Then another. Stacked realities. like pages in a book that were never meant to be opened out of order. The water reached my boots. Cold, immediate, too real. The figure stopped and said the last thing I wanted to hear. Black Hollow is not under the lake. A pause. It is the lake. The door behind me finally unlocked. But I didn't move, because I realized something worse. If I left this room, I might still be inside it. The first time the map changed, I thought it was a printing error. But then it changed again, right in my hands. I still remember the cold of that archive room, dust hanging in the air like it hadn't moved in years. I was going through old regional maps for a simple research assignment. Nothing special, just cataloging place names, cross-checking data. That's when I saw it. A town near the edge of the old river basin. Small mark, almost forgotten. But the name written on it didn't match anything I knew. I blinked, looked again. It had already changed. I swear it had. What was once Harrowfield was now Maryland. I laughed under my breath. I even told myself I was tired. But then I pulled the next map. Different year, same region. The town was there again. But now it was called Esther Hollow. 3 names, same exact location. And none of them existed in official records. That should have been the end of it. But it was. Because when I checked the digital archive on my laptop, the name changed again while the page was loading. Right there on the screen. Like it was breathing. I leaned closer, heart slowing in that strange way it does when something feels wrong but you can't prove it yet. The name flickered, then settled into something else. Millfield. I froze. That name I recognized. It was the current official listing. Except it wasn't supposed to be in that exact location. I checked the coordinates. They didn't match anything in the National Registry. It was like the town existed, but refused to stay one thing. That's when I decided to visit it. I told myself it was for confirmation, for accuracy, for work. But deep down, I already knew. Something about that place was not stable. The road to it felt longer than it should have been. Not in distance, but in time. Like the closer I got, the more the world hesitated. My GPS kept refreshing itself. Sometimes the town appeared. Sometimes it didn't. Once, it even rerouted me in a full circle back to where I started. No warning, no error. Just silence. When I finally saw the sign, it didn't feel like relief. It felt like recognition. Except the name on the sign was already fading. The letters looked wet, like ink bleeding into metal. I stepped out of the car. Wind passed through the empty road carrying a smell I couldn't place. Not rot, not dust, something older, like paper left in water too long. The town was quiet. Too quiet. And yet not empty. That's the first thing I noticed. Windows had movement behind them, curtains shifting, shadows pausing when I looked too long. But when I focused, nothing stayed still enough to confirm itself. I opened my notebook and wrote the town name. Millfield. When I looked back down, the ink had blurred. The letters had changed. Now it read Harrowfield. My hand went cold. I hadn't touched the page. I looked up slowly, and that's when I saw the first map. It was pinned inside a glass frame, outside a small building that looked like a visitor center. Except the building had no sign. Just that map. I walked closer. The town on the map was labeled clearly. Esther Hollow. I checked my notebook again. The name had changed again. Now it said Maryland. I stepped back. My breathing felt too loud. That was the first time I understood the real question. It wasn't why the names were changing. It was why they were changing for me. Inside the building, I found more maps. Old ones, new ones printed, hand-drawn, digital projections on broken screens. Every single one showed the same location, but none agreed on the name. And worse, none of them matched the official records I had accessed before coming here. It was like the town had never been allowed to settle into identity, like it kept trying to become something else. Then I saw the logbook, a simple station ledger sitting under glass. I opened it carefully. The entries were normal at first. Deliveries, weather notes, maintenance schedules. Then the handwriting changed. Not in style, in presence. Name shift observed again. Residence unaffected. Memory stability unknown. My throat tightened. Residence unaffected. I looked outside again. A man was walking down the street. I hadn't noticed him before. He was carrying groceries, normal pace, normal posture. I called out. He didn't react. I stepped closer. "Excuse me," I said. He stopped, slowly turned, and looked right through me. Not at me, through me. Then he said something that still sits inside my head like a splinter. "We don't have visitors, not anymore." And kept walking. I stood there frozen, because behind him the street sign changed. Right in front of me, the metal warped slightly, like it was being rewritten from the inside. The letters shifted. Millfield disappeared, and became the waiting name. I didn't even know how to react to that. I backed away from the street. My notebook started flipping pages on its own. Not violently, just turning, slow, patient, like something was searching for the right entry. It stopped on a blank page. Then words appeared, not written by me, but in my handwriting. "You already entered." My hands started shaking. I slammed the notebook shut, but the words didn't disappear. I could still feel them behind my eyes. That's when I understood the second thing. The maps weren't changing the town. The town was changing the maps. I left the building fast. Too fast. But the streets outside were different now. Subtle at first. A building missing where I remembered it. A road bending where it should have been straight. Then more obvious. Street names I had just read were gone entirely, replaced with symbols I couldn't pronounce. I checked my phone. No signal. No GPS. Just a blank screen that slowly filled itself with a single line. "You are here." I dropped it immediately, and for the first time I felt it. Not fear exactly. Something heavier, like being acknowledged by something that shouldn't know you exist. I started walking back toward my car, but I wasn't sure anymore if it was still where I left it. The street behind me was longer than before. That's when I heard it. Paper rustling. Not wind. Not movement. Paper. I turned slowly. A map was lying on the ground. Fresh. Impossible. I hadn't seen it before. I picked it up, and my stomach dropped. It showed the town exactly as it was around me, in real time. But the name at the top was mine, not the town. Mine. And underneath it, a single line was printed in faint ink. Final designation pending replacement. I dropped the map immediately, stepped back. My breathing broke, because now I could see it. Every map I had seen before, every version, every name. They weren't describing the town. They were testing it, trying to decide what it should become. And I was standing inside the decision process. Somewhere behind me, a bell rang. Not loud, Not urgent, just once, like a signal. Then everything went quiet again. But I knew I wasn't alone anymore, because now the maps were changing faster, and every version they tried was getting closer to something that felt aware. I looked at the town one last time, and for a second, just a second, every sign, every wall, every surface showed the same name. Not Harrowfield, not Millfield, not anything I had seen before. It read, unassigned, and then it started changing again, slowly, like it had just noticed me noticing it back. I saw the first scratched face before I even stepped inside. It was hanging in the window like it was waiting for me. A family portrait, old, faded, 5 people standing in front of a house that looked too normal to feel wrong. Except every single face had been scraped away. Not torn, not damaged by time. Deliberately erased. Like someone had decided they were never supposed to exist. My hand froze on the gate. The wind moved through the yard, but nothing else did. No birds, no insects. Even the trees looked paused, like they were holding their breath. I should have turned back right there. But I didn't, because something about the house felt familiar. Not in a comforting way. In a way that made my stomach tight, like I had forgotten something important, and the house was waiting for me to remember it. The front door was already open. Just a few inches. Not wide enough to be inviting. Not closed enough to be safe. I stepped forward slowly, each footstep feeling louder than it should have been. The porch creaked under me, and that's when I saw the second photograph, pinned to the wall beside the door. Same family, same house, but this time the faces were not scratched. They were blurred, like someone had tried to fix the first mistake, but only made it worse. I reached out without thinking. My fingers hovered near the frame, and the moment I touched it, the glass went cold. Too cold, like metal pulled from deep water. I pulled my hand back fast, but my reflection stayed on the glass for a second longer than it should have. Just a second, long enough for me to notice something behind me. The porch was empty, but my reflection was. There was someone standing right behind me in the glass. I turned instantly. Nothing. No one. Just the empty yard and the slow movement of dust in the air. My throat tightened. I looked back at the photo. The reflection was gone, but the faces, they had changed again. Now they weren't scratched or blurred. They were replaced with blank, smooth skin, like the idea of a face, but not the reality. I stepped inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, the air changed. It wasn't colder. It was heavier, like the house didn't want me breathing inside it. The living room was perfectly normal at first glance. Furniture, curtains, a clock ticking too loudly. But everything felt staged, like someone had arranged a memory instead of a home. And then I saw them. Photographs everywhere. Walls covered in frames. Tables covered in frames. Even the floor had scattered pictures, like they had fallen and no one bothered to pick them up. I walked closer. My footsteps sounded wrong on the wooden floor. Too soft. Too careful. Like the house was listening. I picked up the nearest frame. A birthday photo. A child blowing out candles. But the moment I focused on the face, it was gone. Just a smooth, empty space where a smile should have been. I dropped it immediately. It didn't break. It just didn't react. Like even gravity wasn't fully working here. That's when I noticed the clock. It was ticking, but the second hand was moving backward. Slow, steady. as if time inside the house had decided to undo itself. My chest tightened. I moved deeper inside. Each room looked like it belonged to someone, but none of it felt lived in, more like staged evidence of a life that had been carefully edited. Kitchen, bedroom, hallway. Every surface covered in more photographs, and every photograph missing something vital. Faces, names, moments. Even when I found a group picture on the fridge, the bodies were there, but the faces had been replaced with blank white spaces, like someone had erased identity itself. Then I heard it. A sound upstairs. A soft shuffle. I froze. The house didn't feel empty anymore. It felt aware. Another sound. A chair moving. Slow, careful. Like someone trying not to be noticed. I should have left. Every instinct screamed it. But something inside me kept pulling me upward. Like I already knew who was there. The stairs creaked under my weight. Each step felt like it was taking longer than it should. Like the house was stretching the moment just to slow me down. Halfway up, I saw a framed photo on the wall. It showed the staircase, but in the photo, I was already halfway up. My breath stopped. I looked up instantly. Nothing, just the empty stairs above me. But the photo, it had updated. Now I was closer, one step higher. I backed down one step immediately. The photo didn't change back. It stayed updated, like it had already decided my position. I swallowed hard and forced myself up again. Slowly, carefully, each step matching the photo exactly. When I reached the top floor, the hallway was darker than it should have been. Not because of light, because of absence, like something had removed detail from reality itself. The noise came again, from the last room on the left. The door was slightly open, and inside I could hear someone breathing. Not fast, not scared, just steady, like they had been waiting for a long time. I pushed the door open. The room was full of photographs, not on the walls this time. On the bed, on the floor, stacked like someone had been trying to rebuild a life from fragments. And in the center of it all, a person sat with their back to me. I couldn't see their face, but I knew they were there, because every photograph in the room suddenly shifted toward them. All at once, like they were the center of something I wasn't supposed to understand. "Who are you?" I asked quietly. No answer, just the sound of breathing. Then slowly they turned, and I wish I could say I saw a face, but I didn't. There was nothing there. No eyes, no mouth, just smooth skin, like a mask that had forgotten what it was supposed to become. And still, I felt like it was looking at me. It tilted its head slightly, and every photograph in the room changed at the same time. Now, I was in them, standing inside rooms I had never been in, sitting at tables I didn't recognize, sleeping in beds I had never touched. My breath broke. "No," I whispered. The figure stood up, slow, careful, like it was learning movement from scratch. And then it spoke, but the voice didn't come from its mouth. It came from the walls, from the photographs, from inside my own chest. "You are the missing piece." The room tilted slightly, just enough for me to feel it, like reality had shifted its weight. I stepped back instinctively, but the door behind me was gone. Only a wall of photographs remained, every single one showing me inside this house, every single one showing me arriving. And in none of them was I leaving. The figure moved closer, and as it did, My reflection in every frame began to change. Not slowly, not gradually. All at once, my face started fading. Like the others, like I was becoming part of the house's collection. I slammed my eyes shut, but the images didn't stop. I could still see them behind my eyelids, still feel them rewriting me. When I opened my eyes again, the room was empty. No figure, no photos on the floor, no sound, just the quiet ticking of the backward clock downstairs, and one final photograph on the wall. It showed the house, completely empty, except for one detail: a figure standing in the upstairs window, looking out, waiting. And this time, it wasn't scratched out. I found the room behind a wall that wasn't supposed to open. That should have been the first warning, but I still pushed it. The panel gave way too easily, like it had been waiting for pressure for years. Behind it was a narrow stairwell going down. No light, no sound, just air that felt stored, old. I stepped in anyway. The moment my foot hit the first step, the world above me felt farther away. Not physically, something else, like I was being lowered out of record. The stairs ended at a metal door. No handle, just a slot, and a small sign above it that read, "Registry access, identity storage." My throat tightened for no reason I could explain. Identity storage wasn't a real term. At least, it wasn't supposed to be. I pushed the door. It opened before I even touched it. Inside was a room that shouldn't have existed under a town like this. Rows of cabinets, old fluorescent lights buzzing too softly, dust floating in perfect stillness, like even gravity was unsure here. And in the center, a desk, a single chair, and ledgers, dozens of them, all labeled in neat handwriting. Relinquishment records. My fingers went cold. I walked closer slowly, like the room might rearrange itself if I moved too fast. The first ledger was already open, page after page filled with names. But something was wrong immediately. The names weren't just crossed out. They were signed out, like people had legally removed themselves from existence. Each entry had a stamp. Self-RNONCED, approved. My stomach tightened. That phrase didn't make sense. You can't approve someone out of being real. But the pages didn't care what I believed. They kept going. Hundreds of names. Thousands maybe. And next to each name, a small note. Some were simple, voluntary, consent verified. But others were harder to read. Memory already detached. Subject no longer responds to own name. I closed the ledger quickly. My hands were shaking now. That's when I noticed something worse. The second ledger had my handwriting on the cover. Not similar. Not close. Mine. I froze. My name wasn't on the cover, but my handwriting was. Like I had already been here before. I opened it slowly. The pages inside were empty at first. Then, as I watched, ink began to appear. Not flowing, not written, forming, like the paper was remembering what it was supposed to say. A single entry appeared. My full name. Correct, exact. Under it, pending confirmation. My breath stopped. I slammed the ledger shut. The sound echoed too long. Too clean. Like the room was repeating it somewhere else. I stepped back fast. But the chair in the center of the room had turned slightly toward me. It hadn't moved before. I was sure of that. I turned my head slowly. The chair was empty, but the ledger on the desk was open again. and now there were footprints in the dust leading directly to it. Bare footprints. Fresh. My heartbeat jumped hard in my chest. I didn't remember walking there. I forced myself forward anyway. I needed answers now, not later, not outside now. I reached the desk. The ledger was open to a new page. And this time it wasn't just names. It was instructions. Process of self-release. Step 1, accept non-ownership of name. My throat tightened. That sentence felt wrong in a way I couldn't fully explain. Like reading it made it closer to true. I turned the page. Step 2, verify that memory does not resist removal. I stepped back again. The fluorescent lights flickered once, then steadied. Too steady. Like the room had corrected itself. I realized something slowly. This wasn't a record room. It was a system. A place where identity wasn't stored. It was processed. Behind me, a file drawer clicked open on its own. I turned instantly. Nothing touched it, but the drawer was sliding out anyway. Inside were folders, thin, carefully labeled. Each one had a photo clipped to it. I reached in and pulled one out. My hand stopped before I even looked at it properly. Because the photo was me. But not current me. Older me. Smiling in a place I didn't recognize. Under it was a label. Previous state active. I dropped it immediately. It hit the floor without sound. No impact. Just placement. Like even falling had lost meaning here. Another drawer opened. Then another. Then all of them at once. The room filled with the soft sound of paper sliding. Not chaotic. Organized. Intentional. Like the room was trying to show me everything at once. I backed away toward the stairs. But they weren't there anymore. Only a wall of filing cabinets stood behind me now. Tall, endless. The room had changed its shape without asking. I turned back toward the desk. The ledger was open again, and new text was forming. Slowly, carefully, like it was being written by something that understood patience. You have entered the registry without declaration. My mouth went dry. I whispered I didn't declare anything. The room responded instantly. Not with sound, with change. All the folders in the cabinets shifted at once. Like they had heard me. Like they were deciding whether that was true. Then the ledger turned another page by itself. Declaration not required for recognition. My vision blurred for a second. Not physically, mentally, like my thoughts were being lightly pulled apart at the edges. I pressed my hand to the desk. It felt warm now. That scared me more than anything else. Warm meant alive. And this room shouldn't have been alive. A soft voice came from behind me. Not loud. Not close. Just present. You're early. I turned instantly. No one. Just rows of cabinets stretching further than they should. But the voice stayed. You're not fully recorded yet. My breath broke. I'm not recorded, I said out loud. Silence answered first. Then the ledger flipped again. A new page appeared. Observation, subject denial stage. I stepped back. My heel hit something on the floor. A folder. It had fallen from one of the drawers. I didn't want to pick it up, but I did anyway, because something in me needed to know. Inside was a document. Stamped, signed, official, and at the top, self-relinquishment complete. Below it was a form, filled out, my signature at the bottom. Perfect, undeniable. but I had never seen it before. Never signed it. I dropped the folder like it burned me. The room responded again. This time faster. All the cabinets unlocked at once. Paper rustled like a living thing waking up. The ledger closed slowly on the desk, and the chair finally shifted fully toward me. Now I understood. It wasn't empty. It was waiting. Not for a person, for a result. The voice came again, closer this time. You were always scheduled. My legs went weak for a second. I grabbed the edge of the desk. No, I whispered. I didn't agree to anything. The lights flickered, and in that flicker, I saw it, just for a fraction of a second. A version of me sitting in the chair. Calm, still, writing in the ledger. The moment disappeared, but the feeling didn't. The room wasn't showing me something new. It was showing me something ongoing, something I had already started. The cabinets began closing one by one, not randomly, in sequence, like a countdown finishing. The voice returned, softer now. You are close to completion. I backed toward the only open space I could find. The desk, the ledger, the chair, all aligned, like a path I was expected to follow. My reflection appeared in the metal surface of the desk, but it wasn't fully there. Parts of my face were missing. Not injuries, not damage, just absence, like something had started editing me out. The ledger flipped one final time, and this time the page wasn't instructions. It was a confirmation. Final entry pending, name strike. My heart stopped for half a beat. Then I understood the phrase in a way I wish I hadn't. Name strike didn't mean deletion. It meant replacement. The voice whispered again, this time right behind me. Sit. I didn't turn. I couldn't, because I could already feel the chair behind me adjusting. Waiting for weight. Waiting for acceptance. And somewhere in the room, I realized something horrifyingly simple. Every person in those records had once stood exactly where I was standing now. And I still didn't know if I was next, or already included. The moment I saw the form, I stopped breathing. It was sitting on the desk like it had always been there. But I knew it hadn't, because I had cleared this surface. I remember doing it. Yet now, a single sheet of paper rested perfectly in the center, aligned like it was placed with care. No dust around it. No sound in the room except my heartbeat. I didn't touch it at first. Something about it felt wrong in a quiet way. Not dangerous yet. Just final. The paper was a census form. Official header, government style, stamped edges. But the title line was handwritten. Not printed. Final census entry, MILLFILD region. My fingers twitched slightly as I leaned closer. The fields below were normal at first glance. Population, households, occupancy. All of it structured like a real survey. But every single line was empty. Except the last one. One single entry had been filled in. I read it slowly. No residents remaining, except the one reading this. My throat tightened instantly. I looked up. The room didn't change, but something in it felt aware of what I had just read, like it had finally finished waiting for me to notice. I stepped back. The chair behind me creaked softly. I didn't turn. I already knew it had moved. Slowly, just a few inches closer. Not enough to be obvious. Enough to be intentional. I forced my eyes back to the paper. The words hadn't changed, but now there was something underneath them. A second line forming. Not written. Appearing. Like ink deciding it already belonged there. Confirmation required. Single occupant status. My mouth went dry. I whispered without thinking, "This is wrong." The room answered immediately. Not with sound. With silence deepening. Like the air itself had paused to listen. The census form shifted slightly. Not physically. Visually. As if the paper had become heavier with meaning. A soft metallic click echoed behind me. I turned this time. The filing cabinets were open again. Every drawer. All at once. Inside them, more census forms. Stacks of them. Perfect copies of the one on the desk. But each one had different handwriting. Different names. Different dates. I stepped forward slowly. Picked one up. This one was older. Yellowed at the edges. The same form. But the entry was different. No residents remaining, except the one reading this. Same sentence. Different ink. Different hand. Different time. My fingers started shaking. I reached for another. Same result. Another. Same line. Again and again. All of them ending the same way. Always pointing back. To whoever was reading. To whoever was left. I dropped the papers. They didn't scatter. They landed neatly. Like they were returning to position. Behind me, the chair moved again. This time I turned immediately. It was closer. Not much, but enough that I felt it in my chest. Like the space between me, and it had changed density. The room felt smaller, or I felt larger. I couldn't tell which was worse. The census form on the desk flipped itself to the next page. Slowly, deliberately. No wind, no touch, just movement with intent. The next page was blank at first. Then text appeared. One occupant verified. My pulse jumped. "No," I said quietly. The paper didn't respond, but the filing cabinets did. Every drawer slammed shut at once. The sound echoed too long, too clean, like it had been rehearsed. Then everything went still again. The voice came back. Not from behind me this time. From everywhere. "You are the remaining count." My legs felt weak. I stepped back again. But the room didn't allow distance. The walls felt closer now. Subtly, like they were adjusting themselves around me. The chair scraped forward another inch. I turned sharply. Now it was almost aligned with the desk. Perfectly centered. Waiting. Not empty anymore. Just unused. I looked back at the census form. Another line had appeared. "Please confirm continuation of self." My breath broke slightly. It wasn't asking a question. It was asking for agreement. There's a difference. I backed away from the desk slowly. Each step felt heavier. Like the floor was learning my weight. Like it was preparing to remember it. The cabinets around me began opening again. Not all at once this time. One by one. Slow. Patient. Inside each drawer was a mirror. Small framed mirrors placed inside official folders. I picked one up without thinking, and immediately regretted it. My reflection stared back at me, but it wasn't doing exactly what I was doing. It was a fraction behind. Late, like it was reacting after the fact. I moved my hand. The reflection followed half a second later. I froze. The reflection didn't. It kept moving. It looked at me directly, then smiled. I dropped the mirror instantly. It shattered on the floor. But there was no sound, no impact, just disappearance. The pieces vanished before they could land. Like even breaking wasn't allowed to complete itself. The voice returned. Closer now. You are being counted correctly. My throat tightened. I'm not supposed to be here, I said. A pause. Then, that is why you are recorded. The census form on the desk flipped again. New text appeared. Status, undeclared residence identified. My vision blurred slightly. Not physically, mentally, like my thoughts were being gently pulled apart and reorganized. The chair behind me scraped closer. Now I didn't turn. I couldn't afford to confirm how close it was, because confirmation made things real here. And I didn't want anything here to become more real. The room started shifting subtly. Not moving. Reclassifying. The filing cabinets rearranged themselves without touching. The ceiling felt lower. The air felt numbered. Everything felt like it was becoming part of the same document. The census form trembled slightly. Then one final line appeared at the bottom. Final step, occupancy transfer. My heart stopped for a second. Occupancy transfer. Not removal. Not deletion. Transfer. I stepped back instinctively. The chair behind me stopped moving. Silence held for a moment. Then, it spoke. Not the voice from the room. Not the system. Something closer. Right behind my ear. Sit. I froze. My body didn't obey. But it also didn't refuse. That was the worst part. The feeling that my decision was no longer fully mine. The census form lifted slightly from the desk. Hovering, waiting, like it had already calculated the outcome. I closed my eyes for a second, trying to think clearly, trying to remember who I was before this room started deciding things for me. But the memory felt unfiled, incomplete, like it hadn't been properly recorded yet. Behind me, the chair creaked again. Perfect alignment now. I could feel it without seeing it. The room wasn't forcing me anymore. It was expecting me. That difference matters. I opened my eyes slowly. The census form had one final line now. Only one. Written in bold ink. Signed to remain the last entry. My hand lifted slightly on its own. Not fully, but enough to scare me. Enough to tell me something inside me was already responding. The room went silent. Waiting. Not aggressive. Not urgent. Just final. And for the first time, I understood what the census really was. It wasn't counting people. It was deciding who was left to be counted. And I was the only line it hadn't closed yet. The chair behind me moved one final inch forward. Perfectly placed. Like a conclusion waiting for participation. And somewhere deep in the silence of the room, the paper didn't ask anymore. It simply waited for the moment I stopped resisting being the answer.